in the flyer today also.
Well, yeah, but it's not the same as yesterday. There were two links, or at least.
So I'm not able to send everyone the right link.
I don't know. You have to ask our wizard. I have no idea about Nico.
Danny, sorry, I had to change. Sorry, I had to change the.
Yeah, but it's not the same as yesterday. There were two links, or at least.
Okay. You're transmitting by YouTube.
I don't know. You have to ask our wizard. I have no idea about.
Sorry, Danny. Sorry,
that's the YouTube transmission.
Jane, you can. I don't know if you see on the left-hand side. There's a green something which has the link, so you can copy it from there.
Green something
next to the live. Okay, next there's something that says live.
Oh no, there it is.
To the left to that. To the left to that.
Okay. It's a green check.
Okay.
No? That's it.
Yeah, there's a green check line. If you go on that, if you click on that, it gives you the link.
Yeah, it's in the upper left, at the very upper left corner.
Upper left. Okay.
Upper left. So you can copy the link from there.
Yeah, I know, but
during
the seminar, I'm not. Yeah, during the seminar, I'm not able to send everyone. Okay.
Anyway, yesterday we had 100 visitors in the afternoon, so there were a lot of people who were watching us.
Yes, but yeah, okay.
So I have to go to a hairdresser today to be nice in order to.
I'll try to send from WhatsApp right now.
Don't laugh, Rodrigo, because you are more or less on the same.
Yeah. That's why I can laugh.
Yeah.
I have no problem with it.
Well, I don't know why Mauro isn't laughing, because he's also in the club.
I don't know what you're talking about. So
I am learning a lot about Zoom and video interaction. Totally new for me. I haven't been so long with this kind of Zoom interaction.
Nico, how come you're not recording this?
Well, anyway,
sorry, I'm not recording yet, but we are live now. So
it's in YouTube.
And I just put the link, if you want to share it, the new link, the YouTube link, and I'm going to put it in the old page now. So
okay,
we are okay. If you would like to go on,
so we can start. Can we start now?
Yes.
Okay. Well,
I'm recording now.
Welcome back to everybody. It was a wonderful. We had several wonderful sessions yesterday, and we expect to continue with this today. We are going to start with the first panel, which is global. It's does it have a title? Well, anyway, yeah, global therapeutic cultures, and we start with Rodrigo Toñol from the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro, with his talk, which is titled Minutes of the Spirit, the World Health Organization and its Forms of Instituting Spirituality. Today we're planning, since unfortunately Subi Salmenini cannot be here, the first panel is going to be limited to two people, to two participants, Rodrigo Toñol and Daniel Nering, who is also co-organizer of this meeting. So we plan to, and then we have a second panel, which is a fourth, in fact, which has 3 participants. So perhaps a good idea would be, if you want to have the 2 panels, in other words, the first panel, then we have discussion, then the second panel discussion, and then we take a sort of longer break, like a 1-hour break, so we have time to have lunch, or in the case of Daniel, dinner or breakfast. So I don't know what we're going to have at the time. But, and then in the afternoon, we'll have the plenary meeting to discuss all the papers and all the questions that we have. Do you agree with this plan? Okay. Then we can start with the first panel, and I invite Rodrigo Toñol to start his presentation. Rodrigo, you have around 25 minutes. At 20 minutes, I'm gonna let you know that you have 5 more minutes, and then you can wrap up, okay? Rodrigo, all yours.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So thank you, Mariano. You are seeing my screen, right? Just to check it. Okay. So I'm really glad to be here, and it's really nice invitation and also opportunity for us to discuss my research and also our research. So I'm really glad to share with you the results of this research. Just to present myself briefly, I'm professor of anthropology at the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro. I did part of my PhD at the University of California in San Diego, and I was also research fellow at the Utrecht University in Netherlands. And my paper that I'm going to present here is somehow related with this, the field work that I did when I was in Netherlands 2 years ago, just before the pandemic time started. So this paper is part of a major research program called Capturing Spirituality that I have carrying out on the last 3 years. It's a big research project, and the plans are to continue on that until 2023. So I'm gonna present just a part of this research program, so, and I'm very excited to share these first results. So let me give you firstly some general information about the research. The research is dedicated to analyze the ways of the category of spirituality has been enacted on the medical sciences. I'm not talking about here about alternative therapies. I'm talking about mainstream, so a medical science on the mainstream level. So it's important to highlight it here. At least not in this first step, alternative therapies are not in my horizon. Of course, I did my PhD on alternative therapy, so it's always in front of me, but in this case, it's not, at least with me in this first step. So I'm trying to understand how this category of spirituality works on the mainstream level of the medical field. That's my point. To do so, I emphasize, and that's the research program, 3 main axes of this process of legitimization of the spirituality in these fields, which are also in my research program divided in 3 phases of the research. So I'm gonna present the 3 phases, and then I'm gonna go deeply in one of those. On the first phase, the first one is about medical scientists in Brazil and also in Europe that are analyzing correlations between spirituality or more spirituality and a healthiest life. They are doing research that the conclusions are something like, if you are more spiritualized, you have less chance to get a heart attack. So here I'm researching the researchers. So I'm doing field work in laboratories. I did it in Brazil, in Sao Paulo. I also start to do something here in Rio, but of course, this pandemic time stopped it. But I also did some research in laboratories of medical science in Netherlands. As you can see here, we have a very broad ways to enact spirituality as a healthiest life. So these correlations between spirituality and men with prostate cancer, spirituality and pain, spirituality and autonomic cardiac control, and those are just examples of a very large spectrum of these correlations. I also shows, unfortunately, I didn't put it here because of my time, but I also shows a graph that I show the correlation between spirituality and health in some journals of medicines. And then you can see how it grows on the last 20, 30 years. So my question is also, which chapter I lost here that I couldn't solve this process going on? So this is the first phase of the project, research the researchers. The second phase, which are actually the third phase, but here I'm switching the things, is about the clinic. So how this kind of research has generated clinic procedures in hospitals. For example, in Brazil, I'm doing field work on the Hospital das Clínicas, which is one of the largest hospitals in Latin America, in São Paulo, based at the University of São Paulo, where was established the ambulatory of spirituality. In this ambulatory of spirituality, in this psychiatrist institute, trying to promote some kinds of treatments with complementary and alternative therapies, but also, of course, palliative care, for example. So it's a very also large project inside the hospitals to treat people through their spirituality. So I have a lot of things to say here, but I'm gonna pull to the next phase of the research. So the first X is research spirituality. The second one is prescribing spirituality, and the third one, which I would like to emphasize here, is the X related with health policies that mobilize this category of spirituality. So my question here basically is how this category of spirituality has been enacted in official health policies. In different countries, I look for it, so I researched the text of the policies. In Brazil, Argentina, some different countries in Latin America. But my first step in this axis was to go to the World Health Organization in Geneva, and I stayed there for a few months, looking for the documents, the official documents of the World Health Organization that use this category of spirituality. So basically, I read 3,000 documents and try to follow the word. And the plan was to track the word spirituality on the official documents and recognize how it emerged, changed, and was established along the years. I have found, as I said, more than 3,000 documents at this point of the research that somehow deal with this idea of spirituality. So here, I only can suggest that the most important, I only can suggest and explore some of the most important events that marks this timeline of the life of the category spirituality on the World Health Organization. And that's what I'm going to do now. Surprisingly, at least for me, I found that this discussion about spirituality started at the WHO in 1948, only 6 months after the creation of the organization. Of course, that during the last 7 decades, the meaning of the spirituality changed a lot in this organization. If we navigate through these documents, we will recognize different ways of enactment of this term. For example, I found spirituality enacted as a dimension of health, spirituality enacted as a value in different documents, and those are only examples. Spirituality as a right, and which is really interesting, with a lot of consequence also in those in this organization, and also spirituality related to traditional medicine and as a dimension of well-being. So as you can see here, it's a very polyphonic category, but I also insist that although it's polyphonic, although it's multiple, the meaning of this category, there is no, it's not aleatory. I don't know if I'm just creating this word, but it's not it's not a category that are not that are used without interest. So it's a very precise category that repeat and repeat again. So before I explain a bit more about the life of the category spirituality on the WHO, I would like to synthesize my main argument of the paper here. And the main argument is basically that the change of the meaning of spirituality on the World Health Organization are based in a more general transformation in which spirituality is no longer associated to culture, but instead it is universalized as a human characteristic. So in other words, we are talking about a process that changed the way to enact spirituality, which was firstly addressed to spirituality of others with specific cultural traits to spirituality of all. We start to talk about spirituality as a humankind characteristics, and we can see it very clearly looking at the documents on the World Health Organization, and we also can see it when we start to read the researchers, the research of the medical field that also did this change from a spirituality as a culturalized category to spirituality as a human characteristics. So this is my main argument here. I'm gonna try to show how this change happened through exploring just few documents that, of course, I could do through different lines, but I choose here to do that looking in a specific case, the creation of the notion of traditional medicines. So I'm looking for the idea of traditional medicines on the World Health Organization to try to show how this category of spirituality changed from culture to nature. In 1978, the World Health Organization organized the International Conference on Primary Health Care that defined for the first time what is traditional medicines. And in that opportunity, traditional medicines, the term was defined as the sum of knowledge, skills, and practices based on theories, beliefs, and native experience of different cultures, whether empirical or not, used for maintain health, as well as in prevention, diagnosis, and in treatments of physical, spiritual, important the word here, and mental illness. Or in another document, more recently, 2002, if I'm not wrong, and this second quote, traditional medicines is presented in the following way, and I invite you to imagine the picture of the globe while I'm talking about this, while I'm quoting. Throughout history, Asians, Africans, Arabs, Native Americans, Ocean, Central America, South America, and other cultures have developed a wide variety of traditional native systems. Traditional medicine can be codified, regulated, taught, and practiced, both openly and systematically, while further benefiting for thousands of years of experience. According to this definition established by the WHO, it becomes clear that the experience and the practice that the category of traditional medicine describes have their own characteristics. So it's attached to cultural systems. It's related with non-Western origin, and it's very distant from biomedical language. So this is how this idea of traditional medicines is put in different documents of the World Health Organization. It's a very located place of the world that maintain this health system. So founded in culture, historically located in a distant past, geographically distant from the West and sensible to recognize native spirituality as a health system, the legitimacy of traditional medicine was based in another institutional experience. And that's my point here. So I'm gonna show how this idea of traditional medicine emerged on the World Health Organization. And then we're gonna found not a secular institution, but a very religious one. 5 years before the World Health Organization started, before this creation of the categories traditional medicine on the World Health Organization, the WHO started a partnership with the Christian Medical Commission, an initiative of the World Council of Churches. Unfortunately, I don't have time here to explore in details the terms of this partnership. I did somehow it on my text, but it's important to clarify or to highlight 3 points. Basically, this Christian Medical Commission was in charge to somehow manage and administrate different hospitals in Africa, Oceania, and also in Latin America, religious hospitals. And those hospitals, on the first time, at least until the 70s, they were based in capitals, so in big cities. But they changed this logic, they changed this strategy, and start to put some small hospitals in villages, on the countryside of these countries. So the first point that I would like to highlight here about this strategy of the World Council of Church that also is related with some how the traditional medicine emerged on the WHO is that the Christian Medical Commission was responsible to recognize a huge complex of religious hospitals spread on the global south. Doing that, they started a new strategy, concentrating less effort in central hospitals, as I said, and put some more effort in alliances with the local on the countryside, specifically with native healers. So native healers emerged in this strategy as very important point to deal with health. And this was a very inspirational movement for the World Health Organization to start to deal also with the health in those countries. The second point here is that this kind of alliance also reflects an important change on missionary strategy from the intention of general conversions to a holistic and ecumenical approach. So this is another discussion about how it also related with religious strategy of conversion. They stopped trying to convert people and they start to try to be allies of those in these small villages. So this is related with theological change also in Pentecostalism and some evangelical churches. The third point that I would like to highlight here is, as a medical missionary said in one of the documents, these new allies, the local healers, have become key piece to the effectiveness of the treatment, since only they could carry out the specific care practices that are culturally compatible with the notion of body and specifically with the spirit of their group. So spirituality in that case was related with culture and was also in charge of these native healers that started to work with the medical and health experts from the West. This is not a trivial or process, but the most important point for this presentation is that this experience of the Christian Medical Commission was the base for the World Health Organization formulate their own notion of traditional medicines that includes, for the first time, spirituality as a health dimension. So
Rodrigo,
far,
sorry, Rodrigo, you have 5 minutes.
Okay. So far, I have argued here. Firstly, the notion of spirituality was enacted by the WHO as a need of specific groups in which health and spirituality are supposedly intrinsic. And this is what I call spirituality of others. But, and that's my point, my main argument emerged here, on the following years, the World Health Organization started a series of medical research on non-Western medicines. It was a key process to reframe some traditional medicines and present it as a health practice recommended beyond any cultural specificity. The yoga is a very emblematic case. I'm going to show here 2 quotes and juxtapose those quotes, which are quite illustrative. The first quote, entitled, wrote in a document entitled Traditional Medicine in Asia, published in 2002, yoga was described as a spiritual journey. Yoga is developmental practice for spiritual evolution, but one that can easily be used for disease relief. In the second document, which focuses on the theme of mental well-being, the practice continues to be described in terms of its power to increase the spiritual dimension. However, this benefit, and that's my point, is not territorialized in the scope of traditional medicines, but rather in the field of the science, from which practice is kind of desculturalized, and it becomes to be recommended as a technique for prevention, care, and well-being. And I quote, "There is currently scientifically validated evidence at various levels, from case studies to random double-blind placebo-controlled trials that attest the effectiveness of some psycho-spiritual techniques. The largest body of evidence has been about meditation and yoga. Several of these studies suggest that yoga is beneficial for controlling risk factors for coronary heart disease, as well as being effective against hypertension, obesity, dyslipidemia, mental stress, and diabetes mellitus. According to scientific studies, yoga may delay the progression of atherosclerosis, cardiovascular disease, or even help to regress it. Yoga has no side effects and is low cost. Therefore, it is recommended to spread yoga among WHO members countries, a health and holistic techniques for promoting physical, spiritual, and mental well-being, and effective for preventing heart disease and other lifestyle-related disease. So, just to end my conclusion here, this is what I recognize as one of the first movements to enact spirituality as a spirituality of all, no, and spirituality of all and for all. Because yoga starts to be described in these terms, and this is just one example. I should stop here, but I explore, of course, more of it in my text. But before it, I want to emphasize that in this process that we can understand that I'm describing, in 1984, during the General Assembly of the WHO, was published the following resolution. And this is a very important resolution. Having considered the report of the Board of Directors of the WHO regarding the spiritual dimension for the program Health for All by the year 2000, and further accompanying the recommendation of the Executive Committee regarding the resolution, the Assembly recognized that spiritual dimension plays a great role in motivating people achievements in all aspects of their life. Affirms that the dimension has not only stimulated worldwide action for health, but has also given to health as defined in the WHO Constitution, an added spiritual dimension. Invites member states to consider including in their strategies for health for all a spiritual dimension as defined in this resolution in accordance with their own social and cultural patterns. So this is just part of an effort to recognize the relation between spirituality and health in secular contexts. It's an approach that allows us to think about the politics of spirituality and their effects. As a category, spirituality didn't receive systematic genealogical treatment as religion or secularism. So I'm trying to address my reflections in that direction and try to build this genealogy throughout institutions such as the World Health Organization. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Rodrigo, for this interesting presentation. And well, we'll ask the questions afterwards, after the second presentation, which is Danielle Nering and Ashley Frawley. Danielle Nering is a professor at the ECUST, Shanghai, China, whereas Ashley is a professor at Swansea University in the UK. And the title is Therapeutic Entrepreneurs and the Making of the Psychological Imagination. I don't know who is going to talk first, but anyway, I leave the, the floor to Danielle and Ashley.
Thank you very much. So I'll start by sharing my screen. Can everybody see this? Good. So as Mariano said, I'm Daniel Nering. I'm an associate professor at East China University of Science and Technology in Shanghai in China. And Ashley? Are you there?
Perhaps it'd be good if my microphone was turned on.
Oh.
So yes, I'm Ashley Frawley. I'm senior lecturer in sociology and social policy at Swansea University in the UK.
Great. And today what we'll be doing in this joint presentation is to talk a little bit about a research project of ours that's currently still work in progress, even though we did publish a first journal article on it last year. And our presentation is titled Therapeutic Entrepreneurs and the Making of the Psychological Imagination. So what we are really interested with this, at least from my perspective, in the way in which I would explain it, is the ways in which specialist psychotherapeutic knowledge enters the public sphere. So the way in which specialist academic and clinical knowledge comes to be popularized across a range of non-specialist institutional domains, education, schools, universities, the family, churches, all sorts of places. And in this context, Ashley and I have been interested particularly in the roles played by what we've called therapeutic entrepreneurs. So we'll explain what we mean by therapeutic entrepreneurs in a lot more detail later on, but think, for example, an established academic, a psychotherapist, a professor of psychology, who also then starts to write self-help books, launches a YouTube channel, and in doing so, on the one hand, through a range of entrepreneurial activities, contributes to popularizing certain psychotherapeutic techniques, while at the same time engaging in commercial activities, for example, royalties from self-help books, speaking fees, and so on and so forth. So that's the figure that we are interested in, that of the therapeutic entrepreneur, and the way in which therapeutic entrepreneurs contribute to the making of what we've called the psychological imagination. Again, more on that later. And the way in which we approach this subject matter is through a case study specifically on mindfulness meditation, derived from Buddhism and Buddhist spirituality, and today in many places around the world a mainstay of psychotherapeutic discourse. So that's by way of an introduction. And now, Ashley?
So the first part of this project was really more exploratory. Our earlier research had looked at, Daniel's research had looked at self-help and self-help entrepreneurship, and I had become very interested in fads. And so I'd started to write a little bit about the rise of mindfulness. And so this is kind of how our interests have come together. And one thing that emerged from that initial kind of exploration and our first paper that's come out of this project is the role of the therapeutic entrepreneur and this kind of proliferation of expertise and the very specific ways that expertise functions, and where you can see that there are a lot of overlaps between therapeutic fads that have come in the past and the way that expertise is constructed and sometimes watered down, for lack of a better word, so it becomes more diffuse, the expertise that people draw upon. So the original kind of gurus might use a very powerful blend of spirituality and science as hard as nails, experiential information to construct their authority. But then over time, as the fad reaches its apex and begins to expand and disperse into all these different institutions, more and more therapeutic entrepreneurs are encouraged to take it up. And then their expertise is constructed on, much thinner kind of basis. It's often very much experiential and so on. This is what we're looking at. And this led us then to go into the literature and to consider how the therapeutic entrepreneur has been conceptualized by others. And this is still an ongoing kind of part of the project. But for the most part, the concept of therapeutic entrepreneur in particular tends to be used in passing. And we can see at least within these passing references, some commonalities. The vast majority of uses of the term therapeutic entrepreneur tend to be critical. The exception is Anthony and May, which I've highlighted there, and a short report by Cotton in 2017 that promised additional papers that never materialized. But I found it very interesting because that particular author talked about the myth of the therapeutic entrepreneur. Because after she did this very large survey of about 1,500 therapeutic practitioners and some interviews as well, she came up with the fact that actually a lot of professionals are very precarious. A lot of practitioners are precarious. Some of them appear to be, to me at least, independently wealthy because they are practicing for free. But it seems that there's a huge amount of competition amongst experts, which I found very interesting. So in these kind of positive understandings of therapeutic entrepreneurship, it tends to be seen as giving voice to disenfranchised groups, and also this deep discomfort with the idea that you would make money doing this. But for the rest of the discussion of therapeutic entrepreneurship, it does tend to be quite critical. So the individualization of social problems, exploiting opportunities to expand services, expand existing needs and create new ones, expand neoliberal systems of surveillance to entire populations, along with other people in the process, not just therapeutic entrepreneurs, but other actors, encourage a confessional orientation to the self, construct technologies of the self, and so on and so forth. So out of this research that looked at the kind of discursive construction of mindfulness as a therapeutic fad, and also the role of therapeutic entrepreneurs in the construction of this fad, a number of questions have emerged. And of course, along with our deeper examination of the use of the concept of therapeutic entrepreneurship in the literature, one obvious question is, what exactly is the therapeutic entrepreneur? Most people have looked at the idea in passing, and there's not really a deep examination of exactly what this concept means that would then give us the ability to look in detail at some other questions. For instance, the economic basis of therapeutic entrepreneurship, or the political economy of therapeutic entrepreneurship, which I've just kind of given you an inkling of, that there does seem to be this kind of expansion of therapeutic expertise in a context perhaps of professional precarity. So there are a number of studies that say that developing nations are overproducing the helping professions. And this creates intense competition amongst individuals. And this creates an incentive to open up new areas and new markets in creating new needs. And actually, one of the papers that I came across when I was doing this, when we were doing this literature review of the use of the therapeutic entrepreneur, was a PhD program that was in psychology that was specifically seeking to create the next generation of therapeutic entrepreneurs. And they really highlighted as a positive thing the need to exploit new opportunities and to find new needs and new forms of suffering. And so there's this underlying kind of political economy that hasn't really been sketched out in detail. I should say, though, however, that a number of people have attempted. Catherine Eccleston, for example, has probably produced one of the more in-depth understandings of therapeutic entrepreneurship in the sense of using a Weberian approach to understand the claims to authority that underlie entrepreneurship, this kind of charismatic authority figure. But I think there's limited data there that feeds into these kinds of conceptual understandings of therapeutic entrepreneurship. And so our mindfulness study adds this kind of empirical basis through which we can flesh this out and come up with a working definition. So our working definition at the moment is actors who engage in both the production and circulation of therapeutic knowledge, specialist, academic, clinical institutions, non-specialist, popular institutions. And I think importantly, and you can see this again and again, not just within the mindfulness case study, but also in comparison to other therapeutic fads, this very interesting blend of academic, medical, spiritual, religious, business backgrounds, and experiential backgrounds as well. The gurus will always have, like, it's almost in every single major fad, they will talk about a conversion experience, for example, and I'll show you Kabat-Zinn's, we'll show you Kabat-Zinn's conversion experience in a moment, but Martin Seligman has a similar one. I'm sure many of you are aware of this, where he talks about this moment in his garden with his daughter. There's always this kind of like moment, this experience that lends this authority, this kind of charismatic authority. And you see it again and again. It's very much like a science and a romance. And it's very difficult to make sense of that because these fads make strong claims to a scientific basis. But at the same time, they blend it with religion and spirituality. So they're very keen. This is a science as hard as nails. It's not about religion. And then they'll say something religious and spiritual and say it's got 1,000 years of spirituality and philosophy behind it and so on. Even self-esteem did this, which self-esteem, it's very difficult to say like the ancient Greeks cared about self-esteem, but even that had a kind of retroactive history given to it. So there's this authority that comes together, this kind of romantic, backward-looking understanding of why this discourse matters, or claims making of why this discourse matters, that's blended with science and so on. And the science is interesting, not to go on too long, I'm sorry, but I find the way that science is mobilized is interesting because it's not often the kind of science that is about creating something that wasn't already there, like human beings working on the world, modifying the world. It's a kind of science that is a discovery of something that was always there. And so it's a science that affirms that history as opposed to a kind of active understanding of science that is about creating a new kind of person. It's about reaffirming our human nature and rediscovering something that is lost. So that's part of therapeutic entrepreneurship. So our just a methodological note, this is a very large project. It's a multi-stage empirical, it is a multi-stage empirical investigation of the popularization of mindfulness meditation in the West. So we've used qualitative media analysis. This is what our first paper used, and tracking discourse to trace the development of mindfulness discourses in the news and other media from the early 1980s to 2018, which also included in that tracking discourse a much deeper and earlier examination, a historical examination of the first emergence of the kind of decontextualization of mindfulness from Buddhist practice, which the first instance we could find was in the 1950s. And then tracking of the keyword mindfulness in 4 major English language newspapers, the Sydney Morning Herald in Australia, Canadian newspaper, and American newspaper, and the Times, all of these being newspapers of record in their countries. Now, of course, this discourse has diffused transnationally and has different orientations and maybe sort of globalizing in different locations. And that is a future strand of research. But for this particular research, we're focusing on English language media. The project includes a case-based analysis, which is what we're working on at the moment, an in-depth analysis of the role of therapeutic entrepreneurs in the popularization of mindfulness. So their presentation of self and claims to public authority, what is the basis on which they make claims to authority about how policies should be made and how problems should be solved and how individuals should live their lives and so on. Very specific activities in the production and circulation of mindfulness products and services, this enormous proliferation, in particular of commercial products. And actually, I wrote a little bit about this just as a side piece a few months ago, because as soon as the pandemic hit, I was getting adverts on Facebook about we were all experiencing uncertainty at the moment, mindfulness meditation via Zoom for just $19.99 a month. And so it was this amazing ability to very, very quickly, this was in March, to very, very quickly exploit new opportunities because of, I think, probably just the enormous network of practitioners that have been developed who are able to exploit new opportunities as they come up. And of course, the incredible competition between these therapeutic entrepreneurs that leads to people, trying to open up and expand something as soon as the opportunity arises. And then, of course, a qualitative media analysis of therapeutic entrepreneurs using self-help books, personal websites, YouTube channels, commercial paraphernalia, and so on, as I just mentioned. And it's very much a work in progress. So we're just, in the rest of the presentation, we basically kind of pick out things that have emerged within this broader, very large project.
All right, and I'll pick up from there to say a little bit about mindfulness and how it frames this as a case study, this issue of the therapeutic entrepreneur and therapeutic entrepreneurship. So let's start by explaining a little bit more what mindfulness actually is. So mindfulness is a specific form of meditation and associated philosophical thought and spirituality that has its roots, very heterogeneous roots, in various forms of Buddhism, and that from the 1950s on very slowly came to be appropriated by Western, first of all, US psychotherapy, becoming very widely used in Western psychotherapy from roughly the 1990s onwards, and then becoming a full-blown big field, big subfield of psychotherapeutic practice in the 2000s, as well as a popular, if you wish, therapeutic and self-help fad with mindfulness courses, workshops, and so on being used across all sorts of institutional settings across the Western world. And the two definitions that we've included on this slide here from two different academic publications showcase the heterogeneity of mindfulness. At the bottom, you've got a definition of mindfulness that focuses on its meaning in Buddhism, highlights its Buddhist roots, it highlights its roots in South Asian languages such as Pali or Sanskrit, whereas at the definition at the top from an academic handbook on clinical practices of mindfulness really is about the repackaging of this form of spirituality and meditation as a psychotherapeutic practice under a unified label. So it's this act of translation between Buddhist spirituality and philosophy into mainstream Western psychotherapy, and from there into popular discourse and psychotherapeutic practice in non-specialist institutions that interests us. So from that perspective, mindfulness is a condensation of complex and historically quite extensive, going centuries back, debates in Buddhism, as well as the sociocultural translation with this unified label, this English language word mindfulness making for diverse institutional applications as well as commercial practices. And it's the role which what we've called therapeutic entrepreneurs play in this act of sociocultural translation and play in these institutional applications and commercial uses that are the issue here in this presentation. So it's important to note that we are not trying to claim that there's kind of an original pure form of mindfulness that has somehow been polluted, if you wish, by academic and clinical and especially later commercial applications. It's a little bit more complex than that. So for example, anthropological research has shown how Western psychotherapeutic definitions of mindfulness and institutional applications thereof feed on their own back into Buddhist thought, for example, in Southeast Asia. It's again much more about a complex act of sociocultural translation here. If we would like to break this down across different periods, starting in the 1950s and up until the late 1960s, mindfulness is mainly debated in a range of theological and philosophical publications in the Anglophone West, even though there are starting to be some psychotherapeutic applications in the 1950s, then sparked further by growing interest in Buddhism in Western societies in the 1960s, with mindfulness becoming more widely applied in the 70s and 80s, and then especially in the 1990s and 2000s. And a key figure in this growth of mindfulness within Western psychotherapy is the American psychotherapist Jon Kabat-Zinn, a professor at the University of Massachusetts, who in the 1970s, 1980s began to explore the uses of mindfulness meditation specifically for stress relief. Here is a part of an abstract from an early article of Kabat-Zinn published in 1982 on the uses of mindfulness for stress reduction among pain patients. And Kabat-Zinn here makes very specific claims about what doing this form of meditation can do if you suffer from a particular kind of clinically diagnosed pain with regard
you have
to
5 minutes.
relieving stress. I'll hurry up. If we look further then, so here we are zooming from 1982 to 2009, mindfulness really expands. And here a quote from a mainstream academic handbook of mindfulness, which makes much more grandiose claims about mindfulness being able to address the causes of suffering and existential questions which humanity has asked all along. So there we can briefly see this ballooning of mindfulness into an academic and popular fad. And what we are interested in, again, is the role which therapeutic entrepreneurs have played in this. Here, photos of two very prominent figures who've played a huge role in the popularization of mindfulness. On the one hand, Jon Kabat-Zinn, whom I've already mentioned. On the other hand, Daniel Goleman, whom some of you might know through his work on emotional intelligence. He also the cover shots of self-help books, which Goleman and Kabat-Zinn have written, again, alluding to this popularization of psychotherapeutic knowledge through their work. And what's key to understanding what therapeutic entrepreneurs do are the various dimensions of their claim to authority in public life. So in order to become a successful therapeutic entrepreneur, you need to be particularly in the self-help field within the subcategory that of therapeutic entrepreneurship that we've labeled self-help entrepreneurs, to be able to draw on various sources of authority, charisma, experience, a range of academic or religious or spiritual, in the case of Goleman and Kabat-Zinn, specifically academic credentials, as well as a claim to public scholarship of some sort. And here I hand over to Ashley for the remainder of the presentation.
So one of the discursive elements of the project is looking at how therapeutic entrepreneurs insert themselves into public life and in particular public problems. And one thing that comes up quite a lot is this kind of rhetorical formulation of to solve X, we must first promote Y. So it's X is some kind of wicked issue and Y is a therapeutic practice. And this is very common to therapeutic fads. You can see this in self-esteem as well, where there's, you can, feminists would say, oh, we've got this patriarchy and so on, but if we can encourage women to be more self-efficacious and to have faith in themselves, somehow, some way, this bigger issue can be broached. And you see this a lot with mindfulness. There's some kind of wicked issue like eating disorders among young people. So well, if we can build their confidence through mindfulness, somehow, some way, we will overcome this. It's not the pathway through which the problem is solved is not clear, but it's somehow by building something within the person, we will then be more able to solve this problem. So we insert, the therapeutic entrepreneur inserts themselves, their expertise between the individual or policymakers or whatever and some bigger issue. But the mechanism of solution is often unclear. But what I find very interesting is that it's not simply a kind of panacea orientation, but what mindfulness represents that's a bit different than the self-esteem or even the happiness discourse that preceded it is that there's often this, because of X, we must promote Y. Because of this big wicked issue, we need some mindfulness. So the world is a rat race and so on. And that's why we have to, step back. Because of these problems, we need mindfulness. And so it's a shift away from this kind of panacea discourse, although that's very much still there, toward more of what Kabat-Zinn calls feeling at home in the maelstrom, for the individual to step back and to almost recognize that these problems can't be solved. And that's very interesting in terms of therapeutic fads. It's almost like a pessimistic turn. So an example of how Kabat-Zinn kind of constructs his expertise, you can see here he says in one of that second last line in that paragraph, at least, even if we can't solve this problem, at least we can attain some peace of mind. So it's very similar in that sense. Well, it is a complementary and alternative therapy, which is being criticized by other authors as kind of dubious, having a dubious ethical nature in that it inserts itself between the unsolvable problems, the illnesses, the certain death, the things that we can't, when cancer treatment fails, then the CAM comes in, the complementary and alternative medicine comes in. In a way, mindfulness does this as well, but in relation to a much broader range of problems. Even if we cannot solve this, at least we can attain some peace of mind.
You should finish now because time is up.
Okay,
Oh,
maybe we've said enough about self-help entrepreneurs per se. Let's just quickly show their impact. Do you want to say something about this diagram?
Yeah, so it's just to point out that mindfulness seems to follow this trend of the therapeutic fad. It has a very, very dramatic takeoff at a particular time that coincides with a kind of concerted campaign of ownership on the part of several individuals and very strong organization. And on the next slide, you can see that it piggybacks off of the ascendance of other therapeutic idioms. So this graph isn't great because the number of articles using the words mindfulness and mental health up until 2002 are very small. So that's kind of, that percentage is skewed. But you can see that as there are more articles talking about mindfulness, you can see that mindfulness and stress reduction, that was the main reason why mindfulness was initially said to be powerful. And then it starts to expand and piggyback off of the ascent of mental health and well-being in the 2000s. So these fads kind of work together is the point.
Maybe to finish off, we could quickly say a word about why each of us thinks that this matters, that this research matters. So my perspective on this is that this research therapeutic entrepreneurs is important because it says something, and this is something that we weren't able to discuss in this presentation much, because it marks a shift of public discourse away from, for example, what might be called public intellectuals, marking this interface between specialist academic knowledge, for example, and public life through a mode of insertion of academic knowledge into public life, which is much more streamlined, commercial, and instrumental in terms of seeking to derive commercial gain from the application of academic knowledge. So there's quite a contrast there. And as we show in our published research and what we are doing right now, there's also big distinction to be made between public intellectuals on broadly understood and therapeutic entrepreneurs in the promotion of an ethos of social problem making that focuses very much on individualized therapeutic interventions, commercialized therapeutic interventions at the expense of collective and political discourse. What's your take on this, Ashley?
Yeah, it's all, we use this term psychological imagination because it's an almost perfect inverse of the sociological imagination. And that's interesting because it reflects on something that's happened within the culture where, you know, our values, you know, C. Wright Mills took for granted that freedom and reason, the furthering of freedom and reason was the goal of the social sciences. Within these therapeutic discourses, you can see the taken for granted goal is kind of well-being and a kind of individual personal safety. And the question is, what kind of society sees a shift like that and hardly questions it?
Yes, so this is a very quick summary of what we are doing on therapeutic entrepreneurs and why we are doing it. And I think we should stop here. So thank you very much.
Yeah, sorry, I went on too long. My mistake.
No,
I went on too long as well.
Well, you're two, so you have some. Thank you very much for your wonderful presentation. And now I think we can open the space for questions, comments, complaints, compliments, or whatever you want to. Yes, Janet. You are muted, Janet.
Yeah, okay. And first of all, compliments. So very interesting presentations, both of them. And I would like to discuss Daniel and Ashley's paper and try to think about what we heard yesterday also. This psychological imagination, as you call it, I think we may speak of an underlying therapeutic culture.
Of course.
A kind of using Mariano and the colleagues' expression in ontology. And it has to do with the diffusion of psychoanalysis that sort of produced the psych culture from the beginning, but especially from the middle of the 20th century in some Western countries, South America, as Mariana knows. So the diffusion of psychoanalysis sort of brought about, made it appear a sort of an ethos, as you say, a psychological ethos that has to do with this sort of popularization of these kinds of I don't know if we call it therapy or what, but like mindfulness. When you said that it may be thought of bringing about self-development, self-discovery, learning, and not healing, but not healing should not be the first aim of mindfulness. Just like psychoanalysis. Psychoanalysis is much more linked to an idea of self-development, self-discovery, than it doesn't focus exactly on a disease or something that is happening, especially to that person. So I think that we might sort of make this this link between the fusion of psychoanalysis, of a psychological culture, and these sort of spiritual ways of dealing with yourself, and as you said, the psychological imagination. So I think it has to do with things we discussed yesterday. And if there is time, I would like afterwards to make some comments on Rodrigo Tonio's paper too.
Thank you, Jane. You want to respond, Ashley or Daniel, to Jane's comments?
Yes, yes, I would like very much. Would you like to respond first, Ashley, and then I might say what comes to my mind?
Yeah, I just want to clarify that, I think the underlying sort of cultural feeder into what we call the psychological imagination is definitely what you've described. And the kind of formulation that we put forward, I think the value of it is that it draws attention to very specific aspects of what this imagination does, and how it's just very striking how it's almost a complete inverse of what we imagined as important of what Mills imagined as important of the social sciences. So it draws attention to the goals of research. Is it furthering freedom and reason, or is it bureaucratic? Do we have the ability to be independent researchers seeking an answer to a question, or do we do research to solve policy questions or bureaucratic questions that have arisen, and for which we seek very expensive funding? And then is it about what's the role of the public intellectual also is a key part of what Mills is talking about. So the role of the public intellectual here becomes almost like a paternalistic one, as opposed to one that was more, well, again, for furthering the freedom and reason of the population and so on, the ability to exercise one's reason.
Well, thank you, Ashley. Yes, Mauro.
Yes.
Oh, no, sorry.
But I think Daniel wanted to answer first.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I also wanted to say thank you for these interesting observations about our presentation, which made me think about quite a number of things. But one point just which I wanted to mention quickly has to do with your observations about psychoanalysis and the role which psychoanalysis has played, for example, in promoting this psychological imagination in South America, and the history of that. Of course, Mariano has written much about this, for example, and there's much scholarship about this. But what we really need at this stage in the development of our field of research is more scholarship which tackles the development of this psychological imagination from an historical perspective first, and second from a transnational comparative perspective. There's very much not enough both of historical scholarship and of scholarship which adopts a broad transnationally comparative perspective to put the variegations of this psychological imaginations, which I do think of as a global phenomenon in transnational perspective, and maps out how it's taken different shapes in the different places. That's something which I regard as a very important project, and that's something which I think are trying to do just a little bit, looking at mindfulness and how it's flown and circulated around the world. Anyway, just a thought that came to my mind, something that's preoccupied me for some time, and that your valuable comments reminded me of.
Well, thank you very much to both Ashley and Daniel for their answers. We have questions from Mauro, from Nicolas, from Rodrigo, and from Jimena, I guess. I don't know which order exactly. But anyway, you can start, Mauro. I saw you first. So.
Well, I add my voice to the thanks. Thank you very much for both presentations. Were incredibly fascinating. And so I have a question for Tonio, which has to do with to what extent in the material you are working are more specific definition of what do they understand by spirituality. In your presentation, it came to me very clear that everybody agreed, or there was a strong agreement in that spirituality was important. Now, were there more specific definitions of spirituality? And well, you mentioned this Christian Council of Churches, but I'm curious about other interest groups promoting this emphasis on spirituality. If we could learn more about those kind of lobby groups or interest groups, or from what points we were having more pressure in favor of this, even when you said a lot about these local communities or local operators in the health systems. And then for Ashley and Daniel, also thank you for your great presentation. It sparked a lot of questions for me. I think we will be discussing this for many times because it's incredibly I am very enthusiastic about your research. And so I have some questions. The first one has to do with your timeline, with your chronology. In your presentation, you talk about the 50s and 60s, but then you are exploring the 80s. I can understand that we only have one life, so we have to cut our research, but why do you start with the 80s? And this connects also with, I know mindfulness is not your topic is entrepreneurial psychology or psychological entrepreneurship. But in terms of the specific topic of mindfulness, I am curious to what extent there is not also a countercultural chapter to mindfulness, in the sense that Orientalism and meditation in European and I guess also American counterculture were very popular, are very widespread. So what happened with these transitions or these circulations between things that come from counterculture that then come to be elements in commercial culture or entrepreneurial culture, and to what extent the mindfulness is not also a case in this kind of circulation, and I am curious if you are considering that. And then, of course, I guess there are a lot of topics to consider in your research, but I am curious, again, when talking about why the 80s, I am curious, in the US at least, the war on drugs, it's crucial, and all these ideas of changing habits, changing conduct, and I was changing behavior or dependence to some substances. I was wondering if that's important in an important shift or a move forward in the influence of mindfulness. So those are the questions I have.
Okay, thank you. Who wants to answer first? No, wait, we have to answer the question. Rodrigo, you want to start, or you want Ashley to start, or Daniel? Or...
I can start, and then I can also put my question for Ashley and Daniel. My point here, well, thank you, Mauro. It's a very intriguing question. Actually, I should say that this is a kind of a $1 million question that no one wants to answer. What is spirituality? And no one wants to answer because they want to keep the possibility to use these different meanings of spirituality in the context of this organization. And it's very important that you bring this question about the lobby, the groups that play some lobby in this context, because specifically on the 8th, what we can see is the Arabic countries start to use and mobilize this idea of spirituality to play as a kind of avatar of religion. So they kind of say, okay, if religion is a forbidden word, I can mobilize the idea of spirituality and put my own demands here, and maybe the West can accept it more easily. But of course, this is just one side of this dispute and of this fight with the meaning of spirituality, because also, as Ashley and Daniel put, there is this kind of therapeutic culture that also puts this idea of spirituality or well-being, mental health, that also start to play. And in this case, there is a lot of neuroscientists that are allies in this field. Just to show very quickly a graphic, I'm writing a book about that right now, and this is the graphic that I show, where I show the correlation between spirituality and health, and panic attack and health. And those are, this graphic is about the medical journals index on the Medline. So one of the most important index of medical journals. So you can see here that spirituality it's very popular topic on the medical field in research. So and comparing with panic, with also have some has a lot of appeal in this time. It's impressive, at least for me. And so just to bring that, we are talking about huge players like Harvard University, Yale, Columbia. All of those has programs and centers about spirituality and health. So that's why I answer saying it's a million question dollar, but no one wants to answer, and they play with this no understanding. And my question to I'm gonna take the opportunity and put some questions to Ashley and Daniel. Thank you very much for your paper. I always think that mindfulness is a kind of topic that we must to put a lot of effort investigating it. And my question is very simple. Is how do you guys deal with this Foucaultian perspective, like Nicholas Rowe's approach about that brings neoliberalism and this kind of emphasis of the individual and the use of mindfulness? I know that there is a debate here, so I would like to hear you about that.
Shall I go first? I'll be fairly quick in my answers. So first, with regard to Mauro's question about the periodization, now we went very quickly over a very large ground of work that we've done, and we unpack this in a lot more detail in an article which we had published last year, which I would be pleased to send you. But the basic answer is why we start focusing on mindfulness from the 1980s onwards, because it's around that time, for example, with the Kabat-Zinn 1982 publication, which I briefly showed in the presentation, that we find a somewhat substantial body of psychotherapeutic publications, academic publications of mindfulness in academic journals, at least academic journals that are available today. There's this prehistory that goes back across the 1970s and 60s and into the 1950s, but according to the empirical material that we found tracking, for example, the development of academic debates through databases of academic journals, mindfulness starts to enter psychotherapy full scale into the 1980s, which of course coincides with the various developments in American society that you mentioned. So that, I hope, might answer your question to some extent. And again, mindfulness is, that's the second part of your question, a complex phenomenon. And looking at John Kabat-Zinn, we've only focused on one facet of it, which is the mainstream psychotherapeutic and then popular psychological commercial application. There's also the countercultural side to it, and there's also within the mindfulness movement a very strong line of criticism of the development which Kabat-Zinn, Goleman, and their associates have given to notions of mindfulness. So that's a heterogeneity which we weren't able to cover in this presentation. Now, in terms of theoretical perspectives and the issue of neoliberalism, my take on this, and I'm sure that Ashley will wish to say a bit about this as well, because we've been talking a lot about this, is that Rose's work and these whole debates about therapeutic culture and neoliberalism is important. But at least I myself, in the times in which we have lived across the past decade, and regarding the world in which we live right now, I am not so sure anymore whether conversations about therapeutic culture, neoliberalism, and the neoliberal self are still quite sufficient to capture what's going on in therapeutic discourses and practices, and the way in which they are anchored in larger debates about social and political problems. Seeing the populist turn which we've lived, the right-wing turn which we've lived in many countries, a backslide into new forms of nationalism and isolationism and various forms of retrenchment from neoliberal globalization, and with that new categories of perceptions of crisis and fear and panic and and social malaise. So there might be something else going on here that we need to unpack, and I think that mindfulness discourse responds at least in part to these new perceptions of crisis. And Ashley?
Yeah, on why, just to reiterate why we start in the 80s, I mean, that's the moment when Kabat-Zinn takes ownership of it. I mean, this and commercializes it. This is the first instance of a clear packaging. In 1980, he starts that stress-based reduction program. And that was one of the very first attempts to really make it into a commercial object that can be sold. And also he starts training other people. So you start to see this proliferation of people who have expertise specifically in mindfulness that then go out into institutions and so on. So that project really begins in the 1980s. Of course, there is a counterculture that begins really in the late 1940s. You can start to see it. And that prepares the ground, that sort of cultural prehistory that makes something like Kabat-Zinn's packaging powerful. Oh yes, that's of course mindfulness. Of course we need to get back in touch with our spirituality and so on. You can't do something like that without some pre-existing kind of cultural backdrop that makes that seem like a realistic argument for a solution for social problems. About the questions about neoliberalism, Daniel's answer is very good, and I haven't got a huge amount to add, but I think that you can see this, you can discern this kind of shift from someone like Mills, who has more of a classical liberal understanding of like the purpose of what we're doing is to free a subject that already exists. There are some fetters in society, and this rational subject simply needs to be freed. And then you get a shift toward a kind of neoliberal subjectivity within the psychological imagination that's about creating a subject that does not exist. So we are trying to create that human beings that are weak. This explains this weakness explains why we have this constellation of social problems. And so we have to come in and build up the subject, make them, strong enough not to call on expensive state supports and that sort of thing. But what you can see within mindfulness discourse, and you can really see within mental health discourses at the moment and mental health promotion, is a new kind of understanding of subjectivity that's about living as a kind of subject that this has always existed, a kind of weak subject, letting go of the myth of the liberal subject. And in fact, that liberal subjectivity is quite damaging, and trying to live up to it is what accounts for all kinds of damage. So it's about living as this subject, which is very naturalized, a kind of animalistic, weak subjectivity, vulnerable subjectivity, and accepting it and living within it. So I think it's basically a shift from creation to destruction, from the creation of the subject to the destruction of the subject.
Well, thank you very much, Ashley and Daniel, and also Rodrigo. Jimena wanted to ask a question, but she's not here. So now we go to Nicolás, and then Rodrigo de la Fabian wants to ask a question too. Nicolás?
Okay, thank you very much for the two presentations. I really find them very, very, very interesting. And it's just a commentary and a short question for each. First, I think the two presentations has lots of things in common. For instance, Rodrigo and Daniel and Ashley, they were discussing how these new conceptions of well-being appear in public discourse. I think this is a point that is common in the two articles, and I think it's an indicator of something that is happening that is I wanted to highlight. The other thing is the scientific evidence, the idea of evidence and the idea of nature that Rodrigo highlights. I think that's another point to stress. And the other point is the idea of spirituality. And in both cases are at the first time related to some Christian tradition. The example of Dale Carnegie, for instance, in the article of Ashley and Daniel, and in the case of Rodrigo with the example he gave us of that Christian congregation. But at the same time, there's a shift from Christian traditions to another idea of spirituality that is the Oriental, in the case of Kabat-Zinn, and in the case of Rodrigo, of course, related to yoga, etc. I think that there's a lot of things to discuss together in the two presentations, but my questions are two. For Ashley and Daniel, I was thinking about the work of Joanna Cook. I don't know if you know her, but he was writing about mindfulness in the UK, and to say it briefly, she assumes that the problem of mindfulness is not only a problem of an inner ontology, but it's also a detachment ontology, or a way to think about detachment, not only the processes that are happening inside. And my question is, how do you manage that problem of detachment in that subjectivity? Because if you assume that detachment is important in mindfulness, that subjectivity is not only a problem of inner self states. No? Well, that's I think this is a discussion about what is the notion of personhood, or maybe the self. It depends on the intellectual tradition we assume that is what is happening there. And for Rodrigo, I was thinking about I hear that your paper or versions of your discussion in other occasions, but I was thinking about that shift between culture and nature that you are presenting, and I was thinking about well, that what happens with that idea of nature. What is beyond that structure, that shift? I mean, because I was thinking about the presentation of Rodrigo, the other Rodrigo, yesterday, about digital algorithms and, well, the idea of evidence and that idea of that you have to measure, and there's a nature that you can measure in relation to subjectivation or personhood or whatever. But, and well, I was thinking about that shift, and maybe you could say something about that shift, about nature, culture to nature, and if there's something, what is happening beyond that, your research and in the whole process of new forms of subjectivation, more related to nature, to a definition of nature that you can measure, that you can have data of that, and well, that's all. Thanks.
Can I?
Please.
Okay. So thank you, Nico.
Yeah, no, I was asking if you want to answer. Yeah, of course, Rodrigo. Go ahead.
Okay. So just to think about this question about nature, it's interesting because when I start to track the medical research about spirituality, what we can find is the first step was a step did by psychologists, as Gianni Russo has shown in her work many years ago. So psychologists are always interested in spirituality. We can think about William James' works also. He started to bring this question about psychology and religion on the early 20s. But the big shift here started on 80s. And on the 80s, the neuroscientists start to investigate it, to do research on it. And then a really important change happens from the subjectivity of the people to a nature of the people. And this shift also changed the space that spirituality occupy on the body, from the self to this brain. So that's how we start to see these research that looking on the brain, where the spirituality is. And this is not very simple. I mean, it's, again, as Ashley said, is the subjectivityness of the people, of the persons, of the patients outside of the box. And they start to bring this idea of the spirituality is on the brain. So it's a humankind trace. It's not related with your culture or with your experience. The testimony, the word, the healing through the word start to be outside of the laboratory. And this is very interesting because another science, kind of sciences start to bring the question of the spirituality, and it changed all. Just a provocation here is more a rhetorical point, but I would like to emphasize, because if you follow those developments, we can think that, so if the World Health Organization start to say that spirituality is a dimension of health, and the doctors and scientific medicals start to say that spirituality is good, so is a state obligation to provide spirituality? So I think I would like to put those kind of questions, because I think that our research also can bring some new highlights about the debate on secularism and religion in public space.
I don't know if Ashley and Daniel want to say something, or yes, Daniel.
Okay, let me start by being terribly cynical and then relativize myself in response to Nicolas's comments. So a lot of what we ended up looking at in our research, Ashley and I, were mindfulness materials along the lines of what I'm showing here now. I hope that you can see this: managing anxiety with mindfulness for dummies, managing depression with mindfulness for dummies. And I do wonder that if we look at commercial applications of mindfulness like that, whether we do them too much of an honor by looking in them for notions of personhood or anything as sophisticated as that. So in other words, something which I do want, and do criticize me because I'm being terribly cynical in saying this, is whether this act of translation of mindfulness into commercial applications of this sort, I don't know if I should mention self-help books like Kabat-Zinn's Full Catastrophe Living, don't also imply a kind of cutting down to the bone of mindfulness discourse from anything substantive to pure rhetoric. So in other words, if your university sends you to do a mindfulness course, or your workplace, or you see this link on Facebook like Ashley clicked, said terribly stressed by the pandemic, click our mindfulness link and pay $19.99 to feel better, whether we then should still be talking about notions of personhood. But of course, this is just one mode of therapeutic entrepreneurship that we are talking about here, and certainly there are others, and certainly Ashley and I will also look at these other modes of therapeutic entrepreneurship that require perhaps a less cynical regard on my part. But with regard to the material which we've presented here, yeah, I am quite struck by this cutting down to pure rhetoric that I've observed in it. I don't know to what extent that answers the question, but that's what came to my mind. What do you think, Ashley?
Yeah, I mean, there's this, we've seen in the rhetorical analysis that we did with the newspapers, there's this like push and pull between people who want to really cut it down. And it really it's amazing how much it goes from like just 20 minutes a day, just 10 minutes a day, just 5 minutes a day. Just think about it. It really gets very, very simplified as more and more people start to use the discourse. And then there's this push, there's always this kind of tension about, oh, it's watering down Buddhist beliefs. You need a teacher, you need a practitioner. And I think it's that side of it that it has that pullback and says, no, this is actually very specialized. I feel like I want to be more critical of, because it says like we can't have a self-help version of this, because we can't trust people to do it properly. And it's not something that people just have access to. The teacher has some kind of special spiritual knowledge that makes them something totally different as a human being to all these other human beings. And you have to go to like a monk, and they've got the real thing, and all this other stuff is bad and it's all really watered down. I find that like kind of push and pull really interesting, because you have these people who want to like really destroy the idea of an equality between people, equality between the teacher and the patient or the student. And you have people who really actually want to make it this kind of neoliberal discourse that can be sold to anyone at any time. And so it's not a homogenous discourse. So when I mentioned before about like this destruction of the subject, I don't want to like overplay that, because it's not homogenous across the discourse. You do still have that older kind of neoliberal, 1980s cool business guy who's got on the side, does meditation kind of thing, and it'll help you be successful in your life and that kind of stuff. All that stuff still exists, but the more sophisticated version is actually the very, very romantic version it's a totally different understanding of subjectivity. So you do have this like play, this tension between a kind of neoliberal subjectivity and a kind of post-liberal subjectivity, kind of playing it out in this discourse.
Well, thank you very much. I just wanted, there is a question by Rodrigo Lafabian, but I just wanted to point out that this collection of, in which these books, Mindfulness for Dummies, came out, I think it's part of a larger collection, which also includes psychoanalysis for dummies and even theory of relativity for dummies. So it's not just a question of mindfulness. I remember seeing Einstein theory for dummies too. So anyway, Rodrigo, you have a question, comment?
Yes, thank you very much for both presentations. They were really very interesting. I would like to address my question to Daniel and Ashley. It's more than a question, it's just I have some curiosity. I would like if you could talk about this when I'm going to ask you, because you situate the mindfulness within the psychological imagination, but I wonder if you can talk about the neuroturn. Does it fuels also the popularization of mindfulness? I think, but I don't know much about mindfulness. I think it's a very interesting subject, as someone said. But I have the feeling that it might be some of a hybrid concept, fueled both by psychological imagination and neuroturn. For example, well, there were two very important Chilean biologists and epistemologists like Humberto Maturana and Francisco Varela, that during the 90s, well, they published a lot they made this public conversation with Dalai Lama, and especially Varela made a lot of research about the biological foundations of meditation practices. So I don't know if there is any connection at all. No, that's those are things that I have in my mind. So, but I would like to, if you can talk a little bit of the neuroturns, if it fuels also the popularization of this concept or not.
Do you want me to jump in here?
Okay. You want to go first?
Yeah, absolutely. The neuroscience it plays a big part in the rhetoric. So it's like, oh, we've done these scans of Buddhist brains, and we can prove, therefore, that this is a real thing and it has real effects. And I think it fits into the psychological imagination, because it's this shift from kind of cheap, goal-driven kind of research to very expensive, methodologically complex research, which also gives the air of science as well. There's like this, draws on the rhetorical effects of science within society. There's that mix that you see all the time, these claims to neuroscience and the claims to spirituality and the historical and the philosophical roots and so on. But I think it fits quite neatly into this growth of the psychological imagination, which uses very expensive, very complex methods to answer questions that have been thrown up by the bureaucracy. How do we get people to work, and how do we, and that's how you get funding to do these sorts of things as well, is that you promise to solve problems in society by figuring out what's wrong with people's brains in a way.
Yeah, if I might, may I follow up on that? I think that, what you just said, captures our observations very well. And I'm reminded there a little with your question, Rodrigo, of Christina's presentation yesterday on precision education and how neuroscientific and other kinds of scientific knowledge are mobilized to produce this supposedly more effective, more precise, more powerful version of education, right? And I think this has a lot to do, like in our case of mindfulness, with how to make claims in the public sphere, with policymakers, with organizations, within different kinds of institutional realms that are then taken seriously early. So I think this association, mindfulness, neurosciences is a lot about claims to authority, claims to credibility in the public sphere. So there's a substantive dimension here, which has been borne out in scholarship, very specialized academic work on mindfulness, but there's also at the same time a rhetorical dimension to it that I think is very important with regard to making claims in the public sphere.
One thing I forgot to mention too is that there's, the institutions as well have created, this is why I keep talking about why we keep saying that the political economy is important to understand, because there's an incentive within institutions to get tons of research money. And you don't get tons of research money by saying you're going to do a discourse analysis of mindfulness or something like that. You get lots of research money to do like brain scans and that sort of thing. And you have to do that. So there's a massive incentive to do it. So all of these things sort of come together to feed into that neuroturn, which shows up in this discourse as well.
Well, thank you. I think we have one more question by Jane, and then I would close this panel, and we can move to the next one, and then we can come back to questions to everybody at the end of the meeting in the afternoon, because otherwise we are going to be getting too late. So, Jane, please.
Well, as was already said, the two papers communicate, because we may think that mindfulness has a strong spiritual character, has its roots in religion, more or less, in a kind of religion. But anyway, there is a communication between the two papers, I think. And Rodrigo, I was thinking, in your paper, you sort of, you said something about civilization scale, when you have the Asian or the Oriental spiritualism, and the spiritualism linked to traditional medicine, traditional healing, and this Asian tradition is more easily accepted in the medical institution than the traditional African or Native American. So I would ask you if you've already discussed this Oriental or Asian or Eastern tradition. It has more to do with Western personhood. It has a proximity. It can be more easily incorporated to the medical tradition than the traditional African or Native American practices. It has to do with counterculture, as already was spoken here. It has to do not only with a spiritual turn, but with an Eastern turn, an Oriental turn in what we might call Western culture, or like Nico and Mariana and Peter Viroska said, Western ontology. It has more to do. And you asked if, is the state engaged? Is the state engaged? And I think you know it, that the Brazilian public health system offers already a few alternative practices, like, I don't know if we would call them spiritual or not, like homeopathy, acupuncture, maybe yoga too, and once upon a time also an organ box of the Reichian therapy, and also in the hospitals. I think you know it too, because I'm sure you read Raquel Eisengart's book. Also in the hospitals that are where they practice palliative, I don't know how to say this in English, palliative care, paliativo. They offer offer also spiritual assistance. There is the spiritual dimension of the assistance, that something you evidently, something you know. Just these comments. Thank you, Mariano.
Thank you a lot. Yeah.
Do you want to answer, Rodrigo?
Yeah, just a few words. Thank you very much, Jenny. I just want to put that for me, it's important to highlight that spirituality or spiritual is a kind of category that emerged on the colonial encounter. And this is very important to recognize, and the works with, as wrote by Peter van der Veer, it's a Dutch anthropologist. It's very interesting that put it, and this perspective of this orientalization fantasy about from the West through also the West, the non-West therapies is very interesting. And so, yeah, I'm very intriguing now, so I'm trying to work with this idea. And another comment, yes, the World Health Organization, the public health system in Brazil authorize and promote those kind of complementary and alternative therapies. I did a lot of research on that, and it's very interesting because this word spirituality kind of allows, it's kind of the password that allows the state to promote this kind of therapies. And those documents from the World Health Organization is used by the Brazilian public health system as an important argument to authorize that. So the World Health Organization documents produce a lot of impacts in these very small levels of the public health care.
Well, thank you very much. I think we can close this panel now. And as I said, we will have the opportunity to ask all the questions we want after the break in the afternoon when we have the plenary meeting. I don't know if you want to take 5 minutes to have a coffee, go to a bathroom or whatever before the next panel. Perhaps it's a good idea. So we take 5 minutes. It's 58 exactly. We meet. Fabian, I guess you have to go. You come back in the afternoon, or is it possible, Rodrigo?
I'm not sure if I will be able. So if I'll do, well, it will be great. If not, I have to say goodbye and thank you all. It was a great meeting, really. It was great to
Well, I hope you can come back. If not, we'll keep in contact.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Bye. Thank you, Daniel. Bye.
Bye, Rodrigo. Good to see you. Bye.
Abrazo. Bye.
Just one comment, while we have this short break. It's interesting the fact that how much, to what extent this idea of spirituality is connected to colonialism. If you look at the categories they use to describe, it's something that caught my attention yesterday. They say that, well, Native Americans, South Americans, and whatever, Arabs or whatever have, but they are confusing categories. They mix together Native America, which you could claim that is a very fluid, if you want, ethnic category, with South America, which is a geographic category. So for them, it's all the same: Native America, South America, Central America, Arabs, whatever. That's interesting. Well, anyway, we meet in 3 minutes. So.
que tengas que hacer en el cuartito, ahora tengo 5 minutos de...
Ahí estamos. Here we go. Hola, Jimé. Well, here we go. Welcome back to all of you. I hope we had a nice, nice break. And if you agree, we can move on to the next panel, which is the last one. And this is an interesting panel because there are two papers which are very, very much connected, which are Jana Russo's and Jimena Mantilla's. The title of the panel is Gender and Therapeutic Culture. Jana Russo will talk about constructing motherhood, a path from psychoanalysis to a new era, whereas Jimena talks about therapeutic mothering, notes on the notes to think, healing, and conscious notions in Argentina. And then we have Sebastián Benítez, who is going to talk about how to become a man, hygienic prostitution in 1920s in Argentina. I would like to propose that perhaps Sebastián can start, and then we have the two papers on mothering together, just to establish a connection, if you agree. So, Sebastián, all yours.
Well, thank you very much for the invitation. I will share screen. I'm going to try to speak my best English, but I don't know if I can. So, well, this is some presentation about the field. Actually, I just finished my PhD last year about masculinity and infants in Argentina and the history of psychological knowledge about it. So I'm moving forward to think about adulthood and masculinity in adulthood. So while I was thinking about this paper, this presentation, one thing comes to my mind was what was the standard for understanding sexuality in male around the 20s. So, well, this little question just popped to my mind, and well, I'm about to present it. So one of the things that were actually pretty important in the 20s, 1920s, was the social issue as a problem, and psychology was taking part of the expert knowledge about the social issue that led to the conformation of Argentinian nation as a whole, and a few social problems that were increasing along the first years of the 20th century as the growth of the cities and the construction of a national identity. So the social issue was something that psychology have taken part of as expert knowledge. And in that same field, the sexual issue was one of the things that were actually pretty common to between the physicists and the psychological knowledge. So around the 20s, there were a few changes about that field and about that issue, because actually there were a lot of publications that were not in the expert field, but for the masses. So the psychological knowledge about sexuality actually grew, and it was a little bit dispersed around the population. According also to the growth of publications for the masses. I mean, there was a lot of things that were actually part of this process. Among them, the growth of education among the society. So a lot of people actually can read. And then there was a lot of publications that were not only for an elite, but for a lot of people in the new cities of Argentina. And around the 20s, there were a few editorials, or I don't know, editors, that were actually pointing out the sexual issue. Among them, there was Editorial Caridad, which published a lot of text about sexuality, and there was an issue to solve, actually. And one of those issues was actually the regulation of prostitution. I mean, until 1936, prostitution was actually legal, and there were a lot of debates. Nowadays, there are a lot of debates about regulation or prohibition about prostitution. And the thing that I want to center in this presentation, it's the role that female prostitution had in the construction of masculinity here in Buenos Aires in particular, but we can say in a few cities of Argentina. And one of those things, or one of the things that actually crossed this discussion was about sexual education or sexual gymnastics, which was actually linked to these presentations, because we can think about the circulation of knowledge between psychology, social medicine, physiology, but also about therapeutic knowledge about sexuality, and then we can actually summon this frame of hygienism and evolutionism as an actual core theories that were underlining this circulation of knowledge around psychology, social medicine, physiology. One of the authors that I would like to present is Quintiliano Saldaña, which is a Spanish physicist. I mean, he has a really representative author about this issue, not only in Spain, but here too. I mean, his essays about sexual sociology were published here also in the Revista of Criminología. I'm just mixing languages, but Revista de Criminología, Psiquiatría y Medicina Legal, which were actually a very prominent publication in the expert field. And his relationship with José Ingenieros were actually pretty close, or I mean, not pretty close, but really close in the philosophy scenario. So he can be actually an example about how the physicists thought about this issue, and some strategies to actually think this problem, this sexual issue in general. His essays were compiled in a book called 7 Essays of Sexual Sociology, and they were written between 1914 and 1928, and actually addresses the intersection between the sexual and the social issue. And one of the aims of this book was to raise awareness of those issues from a scientific perspective, which was actually the intersection between those fields that I just mentioned, psychology, social medicine, physiology, criminology also, which was a way to actually point out that that was a social problem. In this path, we can actually think of Rose's approaches to subjectivity, and we can actually think the links between the production of knowledge, the interventions over those subjects, and the production of subjectivity. And that is one of the actually I don't know, course of my investigation. I mean, how masculinity can be produced, intersecting the expert field and the expert knowledge, interventions over subjectivity, and the production in these interventions. The two essays that were actually more in theme about what I'm about to present were the fourth which was The Sexual Truth, and the seventh, which was Prostitution in Spain. But there were, at least the fourth was published here in Buenos Aires, and the book actually got here and had some reception between physicists. Then in these actual essays, Quintiliano Saldaña proposed two laws of sexual sociology. The two laws were that productivity in socioeconomic and cultural terms was strictly related to fertility and the proper exercise of sexuality in relation of its reproductive function. So there was a link between productivity in economic field and productivity in the sexual field. I mean, the reproduction of people actually was linked to productivity at socioeconomic and cultural terms, but also that the second law was the relative continence of exercise of individual sexuality had superior results at the social level. So, I mean, there was a tension between these two laws at last, because the actual problem was what to do with sexuality. I mean, there was some disagreement between, or some tensions between what was the age of being actually adult and what was the role of sexuality about it. I mean, you can be productive in socioeconomical terms around 30 years old, but you are sexually mature at 15. So what happened with this gap of 15 years between you are actually sexually mature and you are economically mature? So there was a social issue to address there and to solve, and the expert field was actually trying to deal with it. So something that was one of the problems of this issue was the female prostitution, because as in the medical field, prostitution was a matter of public hygiene, because there had to be prevent the venereal diseases and degeneration. So as long as for the Quintiliano Saldaña's view, female prostitution was actually harmful, was immoral, was criminal. I mean, it was a social problem, but there was another thing that was actually addressed in these essays, that sexual initiation of male boys through female prostitutes was a necessary experience. I mean, there was some tension between the ban of prostitution as a problem of public health or public hygiene, but there also was a problem when males did not have sexual relationships before marriage, because that could lead also to homosexuality or to perversion. So there was a tension there, in which was the role of prostitution in public health or public hygiene matter. So something that we have to address about female prostitution was that it was a necessary evil, or at least a necessary experience for male boys, and because it solved the problem of a wild sexual drive that males apparently have, naturally have. And that was another of the things that my presentation would like to address, is that what was the thoughts or the expert field about masculinity there. And what we can actually say is that the psychology of that ages, I mean, in the 1920s and in the first centuries of the 20th century, actually thought that sexual drive in male was unavoidable. I mean, what's naturally active, and it has to be solved. I mean, it's like we are uncontrollable, and we have to actually have sexual experience because we have to prevent possible deviations. I mean, perversion, Uranism. It's like I cannot help myself to have some sexual experience since I'm 15 years old. So had to do it some way. Some way it had to be solved with women. Actually, it's better if it's with women. If it's before marriage, because it gives me some experience, so I can teach women how to be sexually satisfied, and then I can fulfill my role as an honorable man, even though I have experience with prostitutes. I mean, there was actually quite a complex problem to solve, because there was the sexual drive, the unstoppable sexual drive of men, but there was also the venereal diseases problem. So what to do? It was actually a question the physicists actually did to themselves. So they thought, well, what we can do? Well, hygienic interventions. We have to actually try to prevent perversion, prevent Uranism or homosexuality. And the way to do it was actually to have sexual intercourse with female prostitutes, because it was better than having with another man, for example, because it seems like men cannot control themselves or their sexual drive. So, well, it's better to do it with female prostitutes than with actually other subjects, for that matter. So, what comes to my mind in this field is how was hegemonic masculinity thought. I mean, there was a natural sexual drive that was based in the models of the reproductive cells. I mean, the activeness, the constant movement of the spermatozoids were actually the model to think about this sexual drive in male. I mean, I'm actually, but also in women. I mean, the not movement, the not visible movement of her reproductive cells were actually a model to think about the passiveness of women in society. I mean, these models were really strong along the 20th century, actually, and was a way to think social conducts, not only reproductive conducts. I mean, and also the hegemonic masculinity had to be heterosexual. I mean, had to be driven for the conquer of women, had to be heroic, had to be viral. I mean, not viral like a virus, but virile, it should say. But there were also some tensions, because as you can think in northern masculinity, the models were actually based on rationality. But here in the south, there were a little changes around that masculinity and the showing of the masculinity, because there were also something to be shown to other men. I mean, the dimension of violence and the dimension of penetration as a value, no matter to what I'm penetrating, actually, was really one of the parts of hegemonic masculinity here in the South, because there was a tension between the traditional machismo or the rationality of men. And what actually I was investigating about this field is that in some point, or at some point, it doesn't matter if I have to penetrate another man for showing that I'm a man, because the central thing about that was the penetration, was the activeness of that situation. So there were some, I mean, Buenos Aires had a lot of single men in his 20s. And so the actual problem about sexuality in men was if you were not active in that field. I mean, if you were penetrated was the problem. But if you penetrate another man or another woman or almost wherever it was, I mean, that was not a problem actually for taking your place as a man, because you are showing strength, you are showing your activeness in that field. So that's kind of opposite to the traditional machismo in which we think that masculinity has grown, we can say.
Tenés 5 minutos, 5 minutes.
Yes. Between, I mean, among those strategies to try to solve this problem, actually, what Saldaña shows it's a discrepancy between sexual and economic maturity, as I had said, and the problem of gallant corruption of women that actually were in this system, and they could not be virgins at marriage because of this gallant system, and the importance of premarital sex for men to assure women's satisfaction and to have an actually good marriage. So the strategy that actually was in the first line was actually gymnastics in sex. I mean, adequate exercise that can provide self-control also, and that prevents shame and shyness. It's like I have to actually have sexual intercourse before marriage, so I don't panic when I'm with my wife. It seems like an hygienic education, and that was the role of physicians, of educators also. I mean, that was an important part of thinking not only masculinity, but also the role of men in the society. So you can say that therapeutic field was also about preventing diseases. So gymnastics, sexual gymnastics, was a way to prevent it: uranism, homosexuality, perversion, and also shame between men. Again, the thing it was about to be seen, which leads me to my final considerations. I mean, there was a double standard on sexual experience between male and women. That's actually clear. Masculinity was thought as an unstoppable sexual drive. Was something to be earned also. You have to work on your masculinity to earn the title of being a man, but was something also to be seen. You have to be seen being a man for being a man, actually. Was something to be experienced, and the thing that actually interests me to address here is the role that had time and work. I mean, time, you have to actually work through time to be a man. And I mean, this had some implications as a social matter and was linked directly to the evolutionary psychology. Because, I mean, different stages of your development actually was thought as a matter of time. I mean, that when you were a kid, you have some behaviors that made you a boy, and when you're an adult, you have another behavior that made you a man. Well, that actually had some stages that had to be fulfilled, some experience that had to be done, some experience that had to be shown also. Well, thank you so much. I hope I was clear enough, and thank you for the invitation.
Thanks a lot. 23 minutes and 25 seconds was perfect, Sebastian. Well, thank you for your great contribution. And now we shift to Jane Russo, and then to Jimena, in the 2 papers on motherhood. So Jane.
Hey, first of all, thank you, Mariano and the other organizers of this seminar. I'm very happy to be here. And my paper deal with the same issue as Jimena's paper. We deal with the same field of investigation, but although we stress different aspects in our investigation of this phenomena. So I'm very happy to be here presenting the paper in the same session with Jimena, and I'm very happy that we will be able to discuss it together. Well, my paper is, I discussed the emergence of something I call the new motherhood, and also the different theories that came together to give it support and to sort of legitimize it. The new motherhood, what I call the new motherhood, comprises styles of pregnancy, birth, and mothering that emerged at the end of the 20th century and disseminated widely at the beginning of the 21st, especially among urban middle-class women, mostly those white and educated. This new style of being a mother is part of a wider movement that includes humanized childbirth, encompassing its underlying ideas and practices, including new ways of conceiving and experiencing not only pregnancy, but motherhood itself. The humanized childbirth movement has its origins in previous movements that emerged in the mid-20th century, among them the Le Boyer method and Michel Audin's proposals. They were initiated, these movements, by alternative obstetricians who challenged the major current of official obstetrics and sought to revalue the so-called natural childbirth. According to their view, childbirth should be carried out in a quiet atmosphere, far from the usual stretchers and lights of hospital delivery rooms. Women should choose a comfortable position to deliver, abiding by the natural rhythm of the organism. This return to the natural or to nature was linked to the countercultural movement of the 1960s and 70s in their search for alternative lifestyles. It's important to point out that the countercultural movements of the 1960s and 70s had a new romantic and new vitalist character, leading to a re-enchantment of nature. And this was evident in the flourishing of alternative body therapies and related phenomena such as the New Age and the ecological movements. Both alternative therapies and the ecological movement were based on the denial of the dualism between body and mind or spirit, and sought for a holistic and globalizing view of the person and the world. This denial was associated with a fierce criticism of the cold rationalism of science and of the ideology of technological progress, with a sharp preference for emotions and their expression. It's a kind of body turn which strongly affects the field of psychotherapies and also the movements around childbirth and motherhood. The body comes to the forefront. There is a shift from psychological interiority to body expressiveness. And here I think we have a lot to discuss with Jimena's paper. This shift implies the externalization and embodiment of emotions, with this total liberation deriving from freedom of movement and loss of control. This movement can be identified in the body therapies that flourished following psychoanalysis decline, and also in the ideal of natural or humanized childbirth. In fact, the current humanization of childbirth movement bears an understanding of motherhood as an eminently bodily and emotional experience, an experience that takes place primarily in and through the woman's body and concerns the relationship between that body and the body of the future baby. It focuses on pregnancy, childbirth, and the puerperium, encompassing the so-called attachment upbringing or attachment parenting. The bodily procedures, the ideas that make up the discourse of women and professionals, as well as the emotions associated with them, are based on a strong criticism of medicalized childbirth, as I've already said, and on a specific interpretation of the pair nature versus culture and on the other, also on propositions of evidence-based medicine that I'm not going to discuss here. The condemnation of excessive and mostly unnecessary medical interference hinges on the idea that the woman's body is naturally prepared to give birth. The motto is, the woman knows how to give birth, the baby knows how to be born. Natural childbirth as a physical experience must be lived in its fullness, encompassing not only its physical expression, but also its affective and moral, and we should also say spiritual aspects. If the connection between the mother and the baby is not mediated by unnecessary technologies, the affective bond between them may develop to its fullness, which is essential for the child's good physical and mental development. It is therefore a new conception of the experience of giving birth and of motherhood, which must follow the guidelines of the attachment parenting. What does attachment parenting consist of? In addition to exclusive breastfeeding on demand up to 6 months, lasting until the child's 2nd or 3rd year, it involves intense body contact with the child, who must be carried close to the mother's body, sleep in the parent's bed, and be educated in a positive way. Essentially, it's a parenting philosophy that proposes methods aiming to promote the attachment of parent and infant, not only by maximal parental empathy and responsiveness, but also by continuous bodily closeness and touch. This is important. The intense bodily contact is thought of as responsible for building the affective link that connects the mother to the baby. These are signs of maternal love and also of the child's love for the mother. I speak here of the mother, not of the father, because since breastfeeding is a fundamental component of this parenting and must be done on demand, the physical and consequently affective bond between the mother and the baby seems to be more fundamental. The bond between the mother and the baby produced by these directives implies, as it's easy to see, a high degree of dedication in terms of time, attention, and care on the part of the one who cares, who is usually the mother, and will be decisive, as I've already pointed out, for the child's future mental and physical health, and even for her or his happiness. The term of attachment is most of the time used in a self-evident way, apparently having a self-explanatory meaning. But the idea of attachment between mother and baby has a history, one that is based on a particular mixture of psychoanalysis and biology carried out by psychoanalyst John Bowlby in the 1950s. Bowlby's theory became one of the best known and most respected theories on infant psychology in the 50s and 60s. Charged by the WHO to report on the needs of home-deprived children, a serious problem facing several European countries after the Second World War, Bowlby visited several childcare institutions in Europe and in the USA and sought contact with various researchers, including fellow psychoanalysts. The report was published in 1951 called Maternal Care and Mental Health. According to Bowlby, there was clear evidence that the quality of parental care an infant receives in the early years of his or her childhood plays a major role in his or her future mental health. And according to his theory, the mother intuitively loves her child. Bowlby published his theory in 3 volumes between 1963 and 1980, the last 2 by the International Psychoanalytic Library. All of them, especially the first one, Attachment and Loss, were widely disseminated, and new editions are constantly being released. His ideas were mostly based on evidence from research with institutionalized children, but his theory met with real success when he incorporated animal studies to his arguments. His aim was to provide a biological basis for psychoanalysis, and he thought he had found it in the ethology of Konrad Lorenz. Based on Konrad Lorenz's study of birds, Bowlby found the centerpiece of his argument on maternal love as a kind of instinct. Lorenz and his theory became very popular, and he won the 1973 Nobel Prize in Medicine and Physiology with 2 other colleagues. He had begun his studies on instinctual activities of birds in the 1920s, and he found then that such activities consist of fixed patterns of action brought about by key stimuli, and always performed in the same way. He identified a specific type of learning that he called imprinting, according to which, during an early period in the bird's life, a definitive type of stimulus may be necessary for normal development, producing behavioral patterns that will be irreversible. Due to this mechanism, the newborn bird will follow the first moving object it sees, be it the mother, a cardboard box, or a balloon. There is therefore a specific period shortly after birth when the small animal will bond with its mother. The imprinting theory was quickly extended to other animals, and Lawrence himself believed it was possible to extend it to the human mother-infant pair. The intellectual encounter between attachment and imprinting between Bowlby and Lawrence was crucial to support Bowlby's theory of maternal love as something instinctive, anchored in biology and common to all animals, including humans. Although both Lawrence and Bowlby suffered a number of criticisms from peers at the time, their theories were met with intellectual respect and inspired a large corpus of research. In any case, Lawrence, who was born in Austria, supported the Nazi regime and incorporated ideas about race degeneration to his theory. This peculiarity of his work was quickly forgotten. Bowlby, on the other hand, opposed female work, claiming that children needed the mother's presence at home and that the task of providing for the household should be left for the husband. In a certain way, his theory emerged as a response to the problem posed by the entry of middle-class women into the job market during the war. In spite of this, both attachment and imprinting continue to be adopted by psychologists from all over the world and reach the movement for the humanization of childbirth. The two expressions are currently used among the adepts of natural motherhood, or modern motherhood, how you say, implying a biological or hormonal or affective link between the mother and her baby. We sort of collect a few posts from the Instagram on imprinting in the Brazilian Instagram, right? And I will try to to share my screen with you so that we can big posts. They were posted by doulas or health professionals. Imprinting, love at first sight. This is when the baby looks into his mother's eyes in the very first minutes of life. For each species, there is a trigger for this to happen. In humans, this phenomenon occurs when the newborn stares into his mother's eyes. An explosion of oxytocin happens. Oxytocin is a hormone, they call the love hormone. Both fall in love with each other. This is a scientifically proven phenomenon and one of research Conrad Lawrence the Nobel Prize in Medicine. Conrad Lawrence never made research with human, woman, and baby. Another one, imprinting, love at first sight. Scientifically proven that the newborn recognizes mother as soon as he meets her. The look shows the affection between them. The bond begins in the delivery room. How fundamental this moment is. This was a post by a gynecologist, and so on. The last one is posted by a doula. In humans, imprinting occurs when the baby looks into his mother's eyes. This discovery won the Nobel Prize for Medicine to the researcher Conrad Lawrence in 1973. It's possible. There were posts on attachment too, but they are more scattered in what was published in the internet. It's possible to draw a line of continuity between the psychoanalytic biological theory of Bowlby and Lawrence and the alternative idea of the new motherhood. Attachment theory is seen as a rediscovery of a way of relating to the baby, which was already there, shrouded by the evils of civilization. I'm sorry. In other words, I'm sorry. Imprinting relating to the baby shroud. In other words, our ancestor or primitive women already raised their children close to their bodies in a continuous skin-to-skin contact. Imprinting, on the other hand, makes an approximation with nature through the establishment of a parallel with animal behavior. The idea of body contact, skin to skin, provides a bodily and biological foundation for the organization of emotions. Like one of Dola says in a post, the baby's smell makes the mother release oxytocin, which is the love hormone. Oxytocin makes the mother feel pleasure and pass all that love on to the baby. Maternal love is fundamental, but it arises from certain bodily behaviors and experiences. My aim is to bring to consideration a type of intertwining between science and morals that sustain the humanized childbirth movement, which encompasses attachment upbringing. We cannot deny the political importance of this movement in its denunciation of disrespectful treatment given to pregnant women and childbirth in Brazil, and its public struggle for a kind of care and attention respectful of the autonomy of pregnant and birthing women. We wonder why this political stance needs to use knowledge from biology and physiology, which for so long justified the subordinate role of women. Why can't it rely on the strength of a political and ethical discourse? Why seek support in psychobiology? This need for a foundation in a previous biological nature may be explained by a subjective need that goes beyond the political or the ethical field. First, there is the problem of imparting meaning for motherhood when it ceases to be the social destiny of women and becomes a choice. If there's nothing intrinsic in the psychology of biology of women that makes them choose motherhood, how to justify the choice to be or not to be a mother, how to choose to be one? This choice does not end with giving birth to a child. As we have seen, the very act of giving birth is prolonged in the following act of mothering, since the kind of link established between mother and baby determines it. Here we have a second problem: how to handle a small, demanding person in the midst of contemporary professional life. Traditional recipes from mothers, grandparents, or pediatricians are not a guide. Science comes to the rescue again, based on the very special link that is established between the mother and her baby, maternal love. Science is called to make sense of the quantum of dedication demanded by good motherhood, or good mothering, of women living in the 21st century in urbanized societies who have a career, a job, who are not housewives, and so on. Good motherhood is not defined as a moral duty or a female obligation anymore, but it comes naturally if the woman is autonomous, is able to listen to the message from her own body and to follow her nature as it is translated by science. Childbirth and motherhood thus function as a kind of bodily Bildung, a construction of the self that depends on the discovery experienced through the body of instinctive knowledge that has been there all along, as traditional cultures demonstrate, a wisdom that belongs to the woman's body and is above all empowering. This curious bricolage between female empowerment, science, and biological nature comes to solve the impasses generated by motherhood in women's lives, impasses that have troubled them since the 1950s and the 1960s. Especially the 1960s were years of rebellion, having witnessed the rise of the second wave of feminism and the marketing of the contraceptive pill, which radicalized the separation between sex and reproduction. Those were years in which motherhood, already devoid of its determining role in the constitution of female identity, had to acquire a whole new meaning in order to be accepted and enthusiastically embraced by the new woman who was then emerging. That's it, thank you. Less than 20 minutes, Mariano.
Thank you very much. It was 18 minutes and 43 seconds, so it was perfect. Okay. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for your great presentation too. And now Jimena is going to give the last paper in this meeting and in this panel too. So Jimena.
Well, thank you, Mariano and Nico and Tiro. It's a pleasure to talk after Jenny because she helped me a lot to the main characteristics of this movement. So it's easy to me to explain now, but I'm going to try to to share because, wait. Don't count these minutes.
Everything is counted. I'm sorry. Don't worry.
No, esta no. I'm not very expert on this. Okay, I don't know how to do it. Don't worry. I'm gonna let it. I have shared something. Yes.
It's okay, Jimena. We can see it.
But
it's okay.
You can the PowerPoint.
The PowerPoint.
Okay, perfect. No, because I have to do a confession. I don't speak English since 2011. So I'm so ashamed of my pronunciation, and that's the reason I decided to share the same thing I'm gonna read in order to make it easier for all you to follow the presentation and don't lose with my wrong pronunciation. Okay, you start. Okay. Well, this is the name of the presentation. Therapeutic mothering, reflecting on the notions of healing and conscience in Buenos Aires. So I'm going to focus on how the concepts of healing and conscience are used to reshape the experience of motherhood that Jenny was talking first. Through childbirth support groups, or counseling on parenting, and doulas, emotional support. Doulas are women who help other women to in the labor process, in the gestational process as well. There are a sort of very hybrid figure that do some sort of emotional support, but also help to give information about rights and other specific issues during the gestation. Among other activities, women learn to build, among these activities I mentioned, like childbirth support groups and all that, women learn to build their experiences as mothers from personal growth, self-development, and spiritual healing. So I have named this shift therapeutic mothering, which is a way to name here specifically because of this congress, this seminar. In this work, I describe the meaning of these notions and points out the creation of new therapeutic sort of normative ideals. I think this is not a critique, a social critique about these therapeutic ideals, but in a way we can just make some assumptions about a bit of normative, or the way that sometimes they could work, like constraining women's experiences. This parenting style, well, as Jenny has said, involves full-term breastfeeding. With full-term, we are talking about the experience of breastfeeding until the moment that the child is ready and decides by him or herself to let the breast. Co-sleeping, that everybody knows what it is. Baby-led weaning, which means some sort of autonomous practice of children in eating. It's so complex and very interesting to talk, but I'm not going to go deep on that. Baby wearing, among the main practices, and as Jenny said, it's underpinned by attachment theory. Physiology. The main common characteristics is the search for and choice of gestation, labor, birth, and child rearing connected with nature, as Jenny mentioned before. here, and I think this is a quite important difference when we talk about nature, because it's not that it makes the difference between others interpretations about nature and historical interpretations about nature and women. I think that in this social movement we can find a huge difference between these sort of slave interpretations of nature and women forced by their nature, and the way that is interpreted here. So here nature means physiology and implies following, because physiology is a spontaneous process of bodies, and implies following the natural and spontaneous processes in labor and birth, as well as respecting the evolutionary stages of childhood. This is quite important because I'm gonna talk about child rearing as well, and also the gestation process. So physiology occurs without human intervention. And this is another important characteristic, because from this point of view, every kind of intervention in the childhood, in labor process, in gestation, can make create a problem between these areas, with children, and also with labor process. So this is a social movement, sociocultural movement, I would say, because in fact it's also it's not just social, it's just creating new beliefs about children, about raising children specifically. This new trend goes hand in hand with the questioning of traditional models of child rearing. It's the complete opposite, I think. And the domestic organization of child care, this is also an issue which is important to highlight, because sometimes in the critique it's very common to hear that in this idea of women and this idea of mothering is implied come back to the house, come back to the traditional roles. And this, in fact, and in relating to the experience of women I have known, I have during my field work, even though not everybody can just make a difference as a social movement, is really challenging the organization, the domestic organization of childcare, and of course, gender's role. And also, I'm not going to talk about that, but the specific figure of father, which is really, really interpelled by these ideas. So I'm concerned with the movement to transform the, well, as Jenny has said, the hypermedicalization of childbirth, opposing obstetric violence. Thanks to this idea, this social movement, there we can find in different countries a huge improvement in recognition legislation of human rights related to obstetric violence. So, wait a second, because I lost one of the, okay. I'm gonna divide it. I was going to talk about the methodological notes, but I don't know why it's skip. Okay, I'm gonna divide the presentation from now on between the conscious pregnancy, that the ideas related to healing and consciousness during pregnancy, and then about childhood, specifically about childbearing. So how do notions of healing and consciousness, sorry, but here again. How do notions of healing and consciousness intervene in the construction of meanings in gestational experiences? So women, when looking for respective birth, go to this, they call birth rounds or pregnancy circles, where they find information about the physiology of the pregnancy, and also they are introduced to some elements to from spiritual therapies in a way, and specifically to alternative therapies. So in this context, the concepts of healing and consciousness make perfect sense. It's very, sorry, because I'm having a problem. I cannot find my presentation. Happened. Okay.
You're showing it, Jimena.
Yeah, no, the problem is that it's not anymore in, it's here. Okay, I was in shock. I have the, I can read directly, but I changed this a lot in order to make it shorter, but it was another PowerPoint that I was, okay, again, now I have the notes. So when I was saying that these spaces, in general, they are groupal, they have the form of groups, but they also do, especially work in individual meetings with women during the pregnancy. And this, I'm not going to specifically talk about this, but it's very interesting because they, as I said before, they are a figure very mixed between a psychologist, a healer, or I don't know. It's kind of they are navigating between different sort of expertise that are not really academic expertise. So in this context, as I said, the concept of healing and consciousness make perfect sense. These platforms, coordinated by doulas in general, sometimes by midwives, provide information about physiology, that, as I said before, is a key word in this movement, but also promote an active listening and exchange of individual experiences in a group setting. They also seek to connect women's bodily experiences with their emotions and life experience. So this is the connection between body, emotions, and story, the personal story, life story. It's quite important. For example, premature contraction, irregular bleeding, or difficulty of dilating. There are specifically physical problems in labor, in fact, are explained in terms of stress factors or particular emotional events in woman's story with a negative impact on the body. So all that happened during the gestation or in the labor process, it's thought with this idea of the connection between the emotional, the body, and the specific event in the story. And another characteristic is that women are in a way forced to speak, because the verbalization is also almost mandatory. Doulas or midwives appeal to put emotions into words. As an interviewed doula said, that I remember, she said, I quote, "In my relation with pregnant women, I try to build trust so that they can open up and name the unspeakable." So there is a sort of, I think this could be sometimes, not always, a bit problematic from a native point of view. The problem of to be forced to speak, to be forced to create meaning. Through the work of connecting body, emotions, and verbalization, women search for consciousness, a typical practice in these settings. Listening to the body and connecting with meaningful experiences from an emotional perspective are all different sides of the concept of becoming aware, which is another native key word. So becoming aware is part of relating your own experiences and to be very connected with what is happening during gestation. So if you are not, for instance, doing yoga or whatever, or doing any kind of practice that connects the experience of gestation with this idea of becoming aware, it's like you are not having the control. I think the idea of control, very related to therapeutic ethos, it's very common here. It's quite important. So also the healing process related to others' labors, experiences, for example, other reproductive experience like abortions or previously labor failures in labor experiences like violence, obstetric violence or whatever. It's also put in this sort of narratives of healing, because it's also kind of heal the past, like a huge idea, a strong idea that doulas and all these spaces work through. So, totalizing therapeutic practice, I also call this work that doulas or midwives do, because the work with emotions that is encouraging these practices is so comprehensive that it becomes a totalizing therapeutic practice, even outside the gestational experience. For example, I'm going to quote another doula interview. She describes to me her work as follows. What I do is a therapy of the emotional body. I start with 1 meeting per month. I don't take women who contact me in the last week of the pregnancy, because there is a lot to dismantle. I dismantle their history as a baby, as an adolescent, as an adult woman, their sexuality, as their lives as a mother. I go into those compartments and dismantle all that. They are not impenetrable. Everything is related, because that is the story of their life. And in the middle of our work, and I think this is the most interesting in her way of thinking, in her thought, and in the middle of our work, things start to happen. Babies turn around. It's a woman personal work. I think that's the reason it happens. Babies turn around. It means when a baby is in breech position, like my first daughter was, and it turns around. So it's ready to deliver, so to be born. So she associates her work as in this emotional sort of work with these results, with problems that are solved during the gestation process. As a result of this awareness raising process during pregnancy, many women and men, because this model appeals to an active male involvement, although knowing the scope, I'm not going to talk about this, initiate a different path in raising the children. So below, I describe these ideas as they relate to upbringing. So I call also conscious mothering and conscious parenting. A key idea here is that motherhood and fatherhood are conceived as a path and opportunity for personal transformation and growth, reflecting on parental actions and decisions and observing our inner world. So the focus is in the experience, in the personal and inner experience of the father or the mother. This is a kind of a difference. Expert discourses of respectful parenting, and also mothers' accounts, because I have not interviewed fathers until now, but yes, I have interviewed 32 mothers, and some of them I have interviewed twice in a very long interviews, and also made a lot of like 25 participant observations in these sort of spaces. Well, but I was saying that this the accounts of mother emphasize the value of enjoyable spiritual experiences in the journey of the mothering. With spiritual, I specifically speak about many accounts that reflect about how, for instance, breastfeeding transform their own the meanings of life. Is a sort of not spiritual, obviously not in a religious term, but in this idea of transcendental meaning, beyond the tensions amongst autonomy, exhaustion because of caregiving tasks, It's not that from this point of view, motherhood is pink, parenting, but parenting is seen as an opportunity for learning, for the personal growth and spiritual transformation. This is a key word as well, learning, which is very, very much linked with this idea of entrepreneur that Daniel talked before, because in fact, the learning process is in the middle of these activities that experts offer, that in general women who become like a sort of entrepreneur of these areas, these specific issues, and they offer
5 minutes.
Okay.
5 minutes.
So within this framework, conscious parenting means doing our own inner work and going through own internal transformation to guide and support children. So here, our awareness, as in the gestational process, implies self-observation, being present and connected to one's own emotions of parenting. And here also the notion of healing is significant, because you should heal your inner experiences, because in the childhood process, parents mobilize their own experiences of their own childhood. I'm going to pass to the conclusions to make shorter. But first, just to mention one of the things that is a sort of tension, because here these ideas and practice and beliefs define this style of motherhood, which I define as therapeutic, although it attracts many families and becomes a source of help and support and a transformation from the typical models of child rearing. Its therapeutic emphasis, I think, that could be problematic, leaves out other ways of feeling and experiencing these vital processes, which may also produce new mandates sometimes difficult to sustain in women's experiences. For instance, in these spaces I have mentioned, removing all bounds become a therapeutic resource prior to and necessary for childbirth. So at times, for some women, this may result in an interpretative forcing, an effort to construct meanings that don't necessarily resonate with their needs, or in the worst case, a kind of guilt if something does not work out, if a baby is not born without interventions or in a natural way. During my fieldwork, I have only rarely identified these tensions very explicit. However, when reading and analyzing field materials, it's possible to identify some elements that suggested frustrations, unfulfilled mandates, and that are connected with this idea of the feeling of I haven't done all that I could. So this could be a bit problematic, but in fact, many times, according to my data and others researchers, it functions, these ideas functions as an empowering tool in all this process. Well, and now just to finish, the last one things to say is that the construction of a therapeutic experience of motherhood and parenting as well broadly continues a tradition that began with psychoanalysis and psychology. In our country, it was very well explained by Isabella Cose, and most of you know her, which is a model of parenting that began to circulate in the middle 50s, emphasizing the importance of the affective relations and a moderate abandonment of disciplinary practice in the context of child rearing. The difference here is not only that obviously this is strongly recommended, the abandonment of a disciplinary model in upbringing, but also it's not only the articulation with other knowledge, on the one hand scientific knowledge such as neurobiology of attachment, that as Jenny said, from Bowlby evolve into neuroscience of attachment, also the physiology of childbirth, but on the other hand, spiritual and alternative such as such as Reiki, healing ideas, and the language of emotions. But also, I think this is the distinctive from that moment, from the 50s, the benefit of personal growth, the idea of parenthood as a way to be better people. This return to the self experiences from this perspective is a significant dimension, but at the same time, there is a politicization of gestation, childbirth, and upbringing. And this articulation between the individual and the social, I think, in my opinion, is the most interesting dimension of this sociocultural movement. I think it for a discussion showing the narratives of the side, the neuro, the rhetoric of nature, and the focus in individual are not opposite to social change and could work in the same direction, I would say. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jimena, for your great presentation. And well, I have just two questions. No, more questions, perhaps comments to make. One to Sebastian's presentation, another one to, in fact, the two of you, Jimena and Jane. To Sebastián, I just wanted to point out that what you mentioned was ingenieros, and as you know, I wrote a bit about ingenieros. And it's interesting because ingenieros could be, well, he was a well-known psychiatrist and psychologist and a philosopher and many other things in Argentina. And although he couldn't be considered as a typical of thinking of his age, in fact, he was to some point. I mean, he was the director of the journal that you mentioned, the Archivos de Psiquiatría, so he was a very prominent person. And his vision on sexuality was quite different from Saldaña's one. I mean, in fact, he considered, for instance, that prostitution could be even a therapeutic, could play a therapeutic role. I remember one of his cases, he recommended to a man who had sexual problems to the company of a particularly smart prostitute who would, teach him several things. But also the idea of sexual femininity is different because he also considered that it was important for women to have sexual experiences previously to their marriage, because otherwise they would face all kinds of problems once they are married. And including masturbation, he considered that practice of masturbation was something that should be, if not encouraged, at least accepted, because they would sort of teach some features of sexuality to people. So that's one thing. So I wondered, my question was how what you presented fit into this larger model of sexuality and so on. And for Jimena and Jane, the feeling I had after your great presentation, both of yours, is that for these people involved in this kind of motherhood model, motherhood equals middle-class motherhood, because in order to be able to do all this, you need to have the money to pay the doulas, you have to need the free time to take care of all these things, and you have to have a husband who also has the free time to share parenthood to an extent in which obviously it's out of the question for most of the popular sectors. But I haven't heard anything from any of you about this issue of class, social class, which I think is deeply embedded in this idea of new motherhood. So those are my questions. So if you want to start answering, Sebastián.
Okay. Well, about ingenieros, it was actually more complex. I mean, about masculinity and about femininity ideas of ingenieros were indeed different in some point. I mean, in Ensayo sobre el Amor, essays about love, ingenieros presents some problems about sexuality in male and women, and he discusses the problem about the domesticity, and the thing that can actually be a problem was the familiar conception about the link between men and women. So he, at least in the 20s, I mean, there were another problems in the first decades of the 20th century, but in the 20s at least, ingenieros thought that the problem was not actually, for example, I mean the premarital sex, but the assumption of familiarism or domesticity as a thing that can constrain our nature. So actually, the problem is actually more complex, and there were a lot of point of view about prostitution. Indeed, Saldaña thought that prostitution was harmful, but was also a way to acquire sexual experience. So it was not that harmful. I mean, there was debate about that. I mean, as well as Saldaña was a little more in the, how can I say it, regarding the prohibition or the ban of prostitution, it was not the only voice heard in the medical field, because again, it was a discussion, it was a debate about what to do with prostitution and what to do with sexual experience before marriage. So I was trying to point it out that the tensions between those positions that led eventually in the 1936 to the prophylaxis law, but also there was a lot of debate around the 40s and the 50s about the importance of sexual experience in men, because they could lead that the non-experience could lead to homosexuality. And there was a debate around prostitution and the regulation of brothels, again, in across the 20th century. Today, it's an actual issue, and it's a debate about we should or not regulate or ban prohibition, prostitution, actually. But in another topic, now it's about the liberty of our bodies, or the regulation, or the sanitary regulation of those practices that are actually they actually exist. I mean, there's a reality, and there's people who actually how can I say it? Is prostitutes. I mean, male and female prostitutes. So the thing is now, if we can regulate those practices, and we can think the new in a new way of subjectivity about the freedom to experiment with my own body and to sell my own body. I mean, there's another point of view about that issue that was not addressed in the 1920s.
Thank you. And Jimena and Johnny wants to.
May I?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Thank you, Mariano. But Mariano, I started my paper saying that this movement of humanized childbirth disseminates primarily among urban, middle-class, white women. And that's...
Well, sorry, that's true, but my question was if it has implied an ideal of middle-class women. No, to what extent it was disseminated. Of course, it was disseminated. I understand that, but
yeah, right. So this movement has a political side, which I didn't. Jimena, for instance, she finished her talk here now, saying something about this idea of social change. This movement has a very strong political side. It's also a political movement, and it tries to bring these new ideas of birth and pregnancy and the care, the kind of care during pregnancy and birth, to public health maternities, to Black and poor people. It's a movement that tries to bring forth traditional ways of giving birth, traditional midwifery. So it has this political side, which is very important, and it makes pressure on Brazilian government, because you have these orientations from the World Health Organization, WHO, and this pressure, which is a feminist pressure on Brazilian health ministry, it has as a result that some orientations and policies in Brazil that introducing policies that sort of put as an intention of the government that births, deliveries, and labors and pregnancies that are attended to in the public health system should follow the humanized orientation. Of course, it doesn't happen. It happens in a very small examples in São Paulo, Rio de Janeiro, a few in the Northeast, but it is a official public orientation of the health ministry in Brazil. Nowadays, with the guy we have in president as a president, all this is sort of being put aside. But until 1918, it was a public policy of health ministry. So it aims at reaching poor Black women all around the nation, if you want.
Thank you. Jimena, want to say something?
No, I just would add to this a couple of short ideas. First, that WHO organization is also from the 80s, part of the social movement. It's a mix between feminists and all feminisms and also a social organization. So you have this from also from WHO, which is thinking of public health, and so there you can find other social sectors interpelled about this. But also it's more difficult to see these changes, and I think your question is so good because, as a matter of fact, in the upbringing processes, the ideas of families, organizations that are mixed here, the beliefs about family are more close to cultural ideas in middle classes, talking about how is caring to how organization of care is in a typical middle class family. So it has this problem in a way, but in another way, as the ideas are much more general about changing how we think about children as a society. So there's a kind of link with as a social change to a social change that involves all different sectors. And in this area specifically, you can find how, for instance, the idea of not thinking of children as person in being, if not as person of their own, like you, like an adult. So it's a kind of much more changing beliefs about children, about social organization, about violence to children. We don't conceptualize like treating children, yelling is a violence, a practice of violence. So the idea of changing this, I think, is much more diffuse in society, but obviously it could take longer to be really in the different areas of society, not just in not a low class. It could be more difficult to see these changes because they are talking about how we think about children. So it's more.
No, I understand. I just was wondering how a woman living in a favela or in a Villa Miseria in Buenos Aires can breastfeed their children on demand for 6 months, for instance. But
no, they do. They do much more than middle class, because when you recount the history of breastfeeding, women in social sectors like in a favela or in a villa miseria are much more related to breastfeeding than middle class women, who is in general much more far away of this practice, nature practice. So
and they don't have the money to buy the formula. Yeah. Also, it's much cheaper to breastfeed.
It's cheaper to breastfeed, of course.
Oh, well. Anyway, Nicolas had a question, and then Carlos had a question, and then Mauro had a question.
Thank you very much for the presentations. Thank you, Mariano. Now, just to be very brief, it's a comment to Jani and Jimena. I was wondering about in the presentation of Jani, she stressed a lot the idea of the instinctive, the idea of nature, who is involved in this kind of configuration of motherhood. And in the presentation of Jimena, I saw more like the description of healing and spirituality, maybe. And to go back to the presentation of Rodrigo in the first moment of the meeting, I was wondering about that, how that relationship between the two appear, how the instinctive appear in the case of Jimena, and maybe that more spiritual dimension appears in the work of Jani. That is my short comment. And taking into account what Mariano said before about social classes, I was wondering also if the idea of hybridization could be interesting to think about those different ontologies, or maybe personhood ideologies, as you wish. But if you take into account another idea of personhood who is maybe stronger in popular classes, what would happen with that? Maybe this is not a question, but it's just a commentary. Maybe you can think something about that, maybe say something about that thing, because it was one of the things that appear in the presentation we made yesterday. So it could be taken into account today as well, maybe. Thanks.
Yeah, if you want to answer, Jane or Jimena.
Jane?
Yeah. Okay. I'll try to. Nico, this phenomenon, this whole, it's really a complex of beliefs, practices, and whatever. So there is this instinct and nature side of it, and I don't think it denies the idea of self-consciousness, for example, because you can sort of reach inside yourself to discover the nature, the real feminine nature, the real feminine nature that is inside of you, because it was there all the time since ancient times and so on. So it doesn't really, although you can also reach inside yourself to bring forth the experience of your birth, no? Your mother, when you were in your mother's womb. No, it's also something that's more personal and not so much linked to an idea of instinct of nature that is inside yourself. Instinct and nature are inside yourself also. There is this concept of sacred feminine. I don't know how, if in English it makes sense. Sagrado feminino, sacred feminine. And it's something that you can be in touch with this work of self-consciousness, I think. I don't know. I think Jimena will have much more to say about this than just to I want just to call your attention to the way that you have this idea of instinct in nature, and you also have this scientific side that is evidence-based medicine, for instance. I was thinking of yesterday a presentation. You have this evidence-based medicine, and this movement, these women, they search the WHO support, the support on the orientations of the World Health Organization, and also the the support from medicine, evidence-based medicine. And so they don't throw away science, although there is a great criticism on the way traditional medicine treated women's body. They don't throw away science. They use what in science they think is interesting for them. So there are a lot of, and this evidence-based medicine, for them, it doesn't collide with the idea of nature and instinct and so on. You say, the posts I put there, it's very important for them to say that Konrad Lorenz received a Nobel Prize in medicine. This is scientifically proven, but it's scientifically proven, but it's something that comes from inside of you. It has to be with feeling, emotions, and so on. So these different ways of thinking, they sort of come together and they form a complex, which is very interesting to think about.
Yes, I would say that the idea of hybridization that Nico said, it's very representative of how these ideas work in women's narratives and also in the experts' discourses, especially when you think about nature. That's the reason I said at the beginning that it's not any kind of idea of nature, it's physiology, the sort of idea of nature. And this is important because when, for instance, Jenny speak about imprinting, like this instinctual that appears in women when they, like, it sounds like magic love. But in fact, if we think in another way, I think that is the way that these women are trying to see it, of instinct. It's not the idea of that nature is something that you cannot apart from that. It's the idea of that it appears in as a counter narrative. I mean, a narrative against the expropriation of birth, of childhood, of childbearing, in fact, of motherhood from medicine. So this is quite important to understand why this idea of instinct appears so strongly, because it's a kind of answer to a previous historic moment where motherhood was like taken out of women's decisions. So that's one reason. And this idea of instinct, it's very linked to the experiences of women when they have this sort of obstetric violence when a baby is born, and in general, a man, an obstetrician, takes out the baby from the power, from the closeness of the women, and they feel, and one of the first ones who described this is Emily Martin. They really feel, and I have also this sort of narratives in my field work. They feel the kind of the separation, and how this separation makes more difficult than the encounter. And this is what Bowlby and Lorenz try to put attention in this process, because it's when we can start talking about hormones and explanation of instinct and explanation of nature in this language of hormones and how they do a work in relationship. The same happened with breastfeeding. I have experienced myself. When you are close to your baby and you are not breastfeeding, but you see the milk is start, I don't know how to say, but appearing. Yeah, so that's it. It's also these are a lot of experiences that are very, very related to nature, like functioning. Obviously, with that is not you cannot take it out from an interpretation, but it's like if you start thinking motherhood in this way, and also fatherhood, because there are studies and there are accounts of parents feeling sort of same things, nature appears in another kind of way, which is very, very linked to a way much more spiritualized. So that's the reason which these are two experiences together, because when women talk about this, they don't care about instinct in a biological sense. They are talking about a transcendental experience, which is really transforming their lives. And this is easy to think. That's the reason why these experts, doulas, midwives, counselors, can bring to a therapeutic view of their lives, because it's a space open to think therapeutically, spiritually, and in nature, all mixed. And that's the reason hybridization is quite function as a concept to describe this process.
Well, thank you very much. Now we have questions from Carlos, then from Mauro, then from Edgar. And I would ask you please to try to keep it short, because so we can have time later to continue asking questions. I mean, after doing the final meeting, so we can take a break for lunch or whatever. So Carlos.
Thank you, Mariano. First, I apologize again because I came in so late to this meeting, but as I explained yesterday, I had a class to teach early in the morning. Thus, I did not listen to the first 3 papers, but I did listen to the last 2 papers, which are very interesting, and I thank them both because I learned a lot from them. I have a question to Maria Jimena first. But first, I want to make a comment, just comment a little bit to give you the background of my question. The doula movement is also important. It's becoming more important here in Colombia. I happen to know 2 women who were trained as doulas. In fact, they are members of our research team. One is a historian and anthropologist, and the other is an anthropologist and a psychologist. So through them, I got to know a little bit about their training as doulas, and that is particularly what I want to comment upon and question you, because in your interesting presentation, Jimena, you did not mention much about the training of these women as doulas. And I think that is important because it has some keys, it may have some keys as to how they carry out their activities as doulas. They were trained here, these 2 women, were trained here in sort of formal academy, which is led by 2 women. One is an anthropologist and the other is a modern dancer herself. But according to what these 2 women had to tell me, some parts of their training were very traumatic because they are eliciting always this first person perspective all the time, trying to have them talk about their own experience in a sort of a therapeutical setting, and sometimes that thing created a not very complicated atmosphere for these 2 women, in particular for one of them, who had a sort of a emotional crisis within the session itself, because she was forced to talk things without, in a very different setting, not a therapeutic setting, although the whole intention was therapeutic. Yeah. And there was that instance. And the other instance is they were forced to, not forced, part of the training with all these body sensitivities and stuff includes nudity. And one of these persons particularly was very, very disturbed because she had to undress in public. And they were talking about how the female's body is beautiful and all that. And she felt that very, very disturbing for her. So that is why I asked you whether you have some information, data, evidence about the training of these persons. Perhaps the only difference here is that there is much more emphasis about this Indian nature connection, because of course there are a lot of Indian groups in here, and these ideas of what we call here the ecological native, the ecological Indian, going back to nature, the power of plants to heal, and all. That's the only difference. But do you have some comments to the training of these women?
Yeah, the training is quite different between. There are there are not schools, but there are sort of women who train others, and it's quite strange in a way. It's not a real academic training. They do some kind of course, but it's not a real course. It's quite some sort of encounters where they used to talk about specifically their own reproductive life and their own sexual life. There are trainings that are longer, and they try to make a sense of a feminist point of view of these processes, and how you can a doula can deal with these situations, talking with a woman in their accompaniment. It's not a sort of thing like a training. It's too heterodox, and also it's they are not formed as psychologists or whatever, more academic, but in fact, and I think it's a bit the dark side of doulas, when they sometimes when they are working on in a case, they can do the sort of things that you mentioned, you described. I've heard, I have talked with women that have sort of experience where they don't feel comfortable, and it's quite problematic because you are dealing with a pregnant woman that it's in fact a vulnerable creature, and it's living a process that it could be very hard to get into these compartments of life and try to mix or to create meaning or to interpret everything from an emotional point of view, which in general is not fundamental. It's not even fundamental by academic. So I think it's quite of the dark side. But in fact, doula, which is the great side, is a woman who is really like in a service position, who is offering herself to accompany in all the process, and specifically in the labor process. So trying to make the woman some massage or giving her water, a lot of things that are really abandoned for a midwife or for a medical model of birth. So I think in there they are occupying a place that is quite, a role that is quite necessary, and also sometimes they are doing a kind of activism role of informing rights and helping some not such so autonomous women who doesn't know about their own rights. So they help a lot in this area of, okay, which are the rights that you have when you choose an obstetrician or a service or a health service. So you have these two sides, and a kind of problematic. It's not a professional role, so you cannot say to them, "Oh, you are doing a mix in my head because you are trying to make in association of emotional association in my life," because they are not. They don't have a. They are not professionals. So that could be sometimes problematic, and create like a dependence figure, you know, between the women and the doula. This could be problematic.
Great, thank you. Now we have Mauro, then we have Rodrigo, and then we have Sebastián, who wants to make some comments too. Mauro?
Well, once again, thank you very much.
Mauro got frozen. Mauro, you look like Walt Disney. Well, while Mauro recovers his life, we can go.
Can you hear me?
Oh, now you can. Yeah. Now we cannot.
Turn off the video.
Turn off the video, Mauro.
See, you are not moving right now. Can you hear me? Raise your hand if you are hearing me.
Yeah, now we can. Now we can. Okay.
Okay. No, it seemed to me that Saldaña's book's title seems like an echo with Freud's 3 essays. Saldaña's book is 7 essays on sociological sexuality or sexual sociology or something like that. And I was wondering if there's a direct or somehow a connection with psychoanalysis in his book, or if he's making some points with Freud's ideas on sexuality. This leads me also to the second question, which is you talk a lot about the sexual drive or the sex drive or the sex instinct and masculinity, but I am curious, what did he say about sex instinct and women? And in case he didn't say anything, where he was standing on this debate, was only one sex instinct? So women didn't have any sex instinct, or were two different sex instincts, one for women, other for men? That's also my second question. And then my third question connects with this so specific, so important notion of hegemonic masculinity. I know you've been working a lot about this because of your doctoral research, but I remember having read O'Connell's book long ago. I think it was fantastic, but it always remind me with a series of questions regarding, well, is there one hegemonic masculinity, or are in society several forms of masculinity? Are social classes or social sectors also expressive of different masculinity? And when we take a book like Saldaña's, how can we locate him or locate the book into as a representative of hegemonic masculinity, especially if he's saying, or according to you, Saldaña is making this point about penetrations being so important, and maybe might the object not be so important? So are we assuming that heterosexuality is not so central to hegemonic masculinity if we read Saldaña's book? And does it make sense? So, well, those are a series of questions. And then, well, some questions or comments to the papers on maternity. One, Susanne, is if you're familiar with the debate in post-war Germany between Alexander Mitscherlich and Karl Lorenz. Alexander Mitscherlich was a psychoanalyst, but also representative of some progressive field within German society. And he was clashing with Lorenz on aggressivity. There was not this issue of attachment theory in this debate, as long as I know. But I know the debate was somehow progressive psychoanalyst versus this sociologist or naturalistic view or biologist approach. But then my question is, where do we locate Bowley in the psychoanalytic constellation? Because on the one hand, he seems to be associated to someone who was conflictive to German psychoanalysts. On the other hand, he definitely, based on what you're saying, he was not a Kleinian, since his ideas of the mother-child relationship seems quite pastoral and leave us very far from the kind of emotional landscape of a Kleinian theory. So what do we know about his position in psychoanalysis during these days? And also, if you have in this literature on these new models of child rearing and maternity, what is the room for ambivalence and aggressiveness in the mother-child relationship, in terms that it's okay and very cool to say that you have to get in touch with your emotions, but then what is the room to talk about emotions in modes which do not a prioristically ascribe positiveness or this kind of more or less optimistic or in somehow romantic approach to emotions? So those are my questions.
Well,
Eva.
I'm gonna start. About the 3 essays or 7 essays, I actually, the title of this compilation was about the editor, so I don't know if the editor actually read Freud's 3 essays, but I guess yes.
You ruined my
he
question.
Did. Wow. I mean, Saldaña published these essays separately. I mean, and then they put it together in this book. About the sex drive. That's actually a tricky question because sex drive was present also in women, but the thing about men, that was unstoppable. I mean, women can constrain themselves with no problem because there was a social objective or aim to be how can I say to have sex in terms of reproductive instinct, taking into account the following debate about the instincts of motherhood, of if there was a social place for women who were not mothers. I mean, the thing about sexual drive in women was that was led to reproduction. In males, I mean, the genetic cells model was hegemonic enough to say that men should go conquer whatever it takes. I mean, to have sex, to have sex actually, but because it was uncontrollable, incontrollable. Well, you get. I mean, that was the difference about the volume, you can say. I mean, sexual instinct in men was really too loud to be overheard. So there's something that you should do about it. And it was also a part of his role in the society to transform the society, to go forward. I mean, to be like the pioneer, to transform society. That was in his DNA, because the genetic cell model was brought to legitimize also social conduct. So the thing was that it's not important if women have or not have sexual drive or sexual instinct or sex instinct, because they did, but they could control themselves because of the role that they played in the society. So it was not a problem actually, or it was if it was corrupt by evil men, of course, and a little of evil woman who actually was prostitutes. So there was the debate. I mean, about the penetration, it's interesting because I didn't notice that. I mean, the debate about penetration and the how can I say it, the flexible heterosexuality. I mean, Saldaña was not part of that debate. I mean, Saldaña was clear that the sex had to lead to heterosexuality, but in the not, I mean, in the popular classes, it was, how can I say it? It was okay to penetrate, even though it wasn't to women or to women. And so it's a general debate, a more broader debate about the logics of penetration. But penetration was actually legitimized by the model of genetic cells. Again, I mean, if the movement and the drive and the activeness was actually the model, the nature model of the sexual drive, then it was okay to penetrate, but not to be penetrated. I mean, that was actually a difference. Again, around the classes, you can say also that there were two models of masculinity. Regarding to your question about hegemonic, I mean, hegemonic masculinity, you can say that it's vascular or a flexible term, because hegemonic, it's in one time and in one moment, in one place. I mean, hegemonic, it's about the relationship of forces or the relationship of with other masculinities. Hegemonic, actually, what states is that in this case, a masculinity was a thing that can be moved, that can change, that can be not fixed. So in this case, hegemonic masculinity, I mean, the whole doctoral research tried to think about hegemonic masculinity in Argentina, and what I could find was that hegemonic masculinity was not strictly linked to machismo, for example. That was one of my previous ideas, but was linked to a mixed position between a more northern rationality, masculinity, and more southern, not that heroic or not that, I'm going to say, rational masculinity, but some that had to do with the activeness of the construction of a society that includes violence, includes sexual drive, includes the necessity of being seen doing things, even if that doing things it's actually having intercourse with another man. But I mean, if you're active, it's okay. I mean, if you're penetrating, it's okay. It's a statement of power also to be the one who is penetrating another. So I think I could answer your questions, I guess. And also it's interesting because the debate around instinct motherhood or this nature link about motherhood, it's also a thing on how we use, how we legitimize practices, social practices, instead in terms of nature or nurture. I mean, there's, for example, I was thinking about the debate on conversion therapy in LGBTQ populations, and the nature approach to homosexuality, actually it's used to fight against conversion therapy. I mean, and so the thing is not strictly if it's a nature or not nature or constructive practice, but how it's used to legitimize another phenomenon, or for example, the fight for the rights. I mean, that's all. Thank you, Mauro, and I hope I could answer your questions.
Can I? Mariano,
you have to unmute, Mariano.
Mariano, you're mute.
Sorry. No, I'm saying that if you want to say something, Gianni or Jimena, because you were also addressed, and then we have Rodrigo, and then we have Sebastián again. Yes, Gianni.
I'll try to be very quick. No, Mauro, I don't know. I haven't heard of this debate in Germany between the psychoanalyst and Karl Lawrence. If you could, please put his name, the name of the psychoanalyst who debated with Lawrence in our chat. I would, okay. And where does Bowlby insert himself in the psychoanalytical movement? As a matter of fact, I think he is a very individualistic figure in the movement. He had a psychoanalytical training. He had some close contact with René Spitz, and those films that René made of institutionalized children and so on. So he had this proximity with René Spitz. He had a long correspondence with Anna Freud. He tried to be close to Anna Freud, especially in the beginning of his career. And she was never really completely on his side, but he had this correspondence. He tried to be close to Anna Freud, and his books, especially the two last books, which were published in the 70s and 80s, were published by the Psychoanalytic Institute. So he's part of, I think nowadays is much more studied and investigated in psychology and not necessarily psychoanalysis. So he's sort of, and nowadays a few of the places I saw him quoted, a lot of times he's not referred to as a psychoanalyst, although he has this training and so on. What's the room for ambivalence and aggressiveness? I think Jimena will answer this much more ease than I will. But what I have to say, Mauro, is that the ideological framework, the whole ideological framework of this humanized childbirth movement is exactly to deal with ambivalence and aggressiveness of the mother. Because Jimena knows it, I know it, having a baby, a small little thing that depends entirely on you and cries and you don't know how and why and so on, so you feel sometimes you want to kill it. Well, this makes room for a lot of ambivalence regarding the role you are having at that moment. So I think this is a framework to deal with this ambivalence, and to deal with something. There's a feeling that I think Jimena can speak about it also. That's very important. That guilt, because you have an idealized pregnancy, an idealized labor and birth experience, an idealized motherhood and mothering experience. And if you don't have the correct, of course I'm being a bit exaggerated, but if you don't have the correct birthing experience and mothering experience, if you're not able to breastfeed, half the women that have children are not able to breastfeed. I don't know if you know that. Are not able, I mean, it's very difficult for them to do it physically. So it's also a framework to deal or to provoke or to deal with guilt. That's what I'm asking. I think the feeling that we should sort of be looking at is guilt.
I would add, Mauro, that Bowlby also was very related to Margaret Mead, not in the psychoanalysis field, but to have another link. And now there is a kind of institute, Tavistock in England, where is still people are still working on his ideas. Related to your second question, yeah, I think that ambiguity and guilt are produced by these sort of experts, because sometimes they produce a sort of guilt in women who cannot breastfeed, but also it is a room for working on that. In my field work, if I think in my field work, which is obviously a small piece of data, but that I went more deep in those experiences, I can find a sort of different experiences from women who are very well received in their process of ambiguity, and women who are stayed out because this idea of this is baby needs or children needs is like so important that some experts, doulas or counselors cannot hear the experiences of ambiguity, the experiences of tiredness, the huge amount, and I can say because I breastfeed my daughter to 6 years old, so I know in firsthand the huge amount of energy that you are doing with this job. But there's also and again I would say that the problem is to where or with whom these ideas are discussing, because the problem is that you can pay attention to ambiguity, but also that's the reason I said that the main important characteristic is to talk about pleasure, because pleasure as a part of the motherhood or fatherhood experience, and especially in men, because men are they don't have the right of being a parent, so in a social space. So the room to talk about pleasure of breastfeeding, and there and thinking very openly, like talking about pleasure as a physical experience of breastfeeding, as a sexual, not sexual in the way that we used to think, but think of this in a sexual way, and recover this power of the experiences of women in a much more open way to think about feminine sexuality. Also, labor is a sexual experience, and there are some cases, obviously, it's not the normal because it's not also allowed. The experience of having some orgasm experience during labor, it's very extreme what I'm saying, but what I want to point out is that much more than the ambiguous of the deep tiredness that motherhood and fatherhood causes, there is much more room for that in our societies, but not just for talking about pleasure, the right to be at home, the right of not to work, the right of deciding about this topic. The point here is deciding. I think that is the most empowering. And obviously, feminists who are against this sort of experience of motherhood are going to say what your question are going to point out that in general, women are not allowed to talk about that they don't want to be with their children, that because this narrative of love is very romanticizing the figure of motherhood. But if you go much more inside, you can see a lot of experiences and a lot of room to healing their own emotions. And if you think of your own emotions, it's obviously that you're going to find these horrible emotions that are awakened when you have a child. You also know by your own experience. So you have to deal with that. The therapeutic emphasis put the attention on dealing with that emotions. First, deal with yourself, and then we can see how you treat your child, how you empathize with their needs. But here you have the attention in yourself. So in a way, there is room for this, and also there is a kind of mandatory discourse. I think it's both.
Well, thank you very much. And now we have Rodrigo. Is Rodrigo around? No, he's not. So, you're here. Yeah, I'm sorry, Rodrigo. I haven't seen you.
Yeah, but I think I can do that on the final round.
Okay, as you want. Thank you. And Sebastián, you want to say something?
It's okay. I've already said it, so it's okay.
Okay, then if all of you agree, I will say that we can close this panel and take a break, have some lunch or dinner or tea or whatever, and meet again in 1 hour if you around 2 o'clock. Around 2 o'clock. Is it okay?
Fine.
Okay, so I see you in a while. Huh?
Okay.
Shalom. Ciao.
See you later. Bye bye.
See you later.
Jane will be coming back around 2 o'clock in 50 minutes. So now it's a break so you can lunch or something.
At at 2 o'clock, is it? We will
2
be there?
o'clock in Argentina. I mean, it's in
No, it's
50
okay.
minutes.
No, it's 2 o'clock here too.
Ah, okay. Yes.
It's not 15 minutes, it's 45 minutes.
50. Yes, 50 or 45.
Okay.
The end was
Bye-bye.
was wrong.
I'll be
Bye.
back. Okay, ciao.
¿Qué tal, Mariano?
¿Quién me habla? Ah, Mauro, ¿qué decís, querido?
Iba a
Hola.
decir que era Dios, que finalmente era la voz de tu conciencia.
Sí,
No.
pensé que era eso, pero no. Hola, Janet.
Era algo menos interesante.
Lo que pasa es que ya no tengo conciencia. La perdí.
David, sí, ya.
Es una
Después de un
lástima
año.
que no haya más gente, porque hay discusiones, hay preguntas que yo tenía para Xochitl y para Diana, pero bueno.
Bueno, las tendrías que haber hecho en su momento. Si no, podemos hacer una versión 2 después, ya habrá,
Ahí está, bueno.
habrá más ocasiones.
Piroshka dice que se va a sumar en un rato porque tenía un problema ahí con el internet, qué sé yo, que venía a revisárselo.
Bajón.
Bueno, podemos empezar a conversar y we can start talking, and then if more people shows up, so much better.
Mauro, you're living in Buenos Aires now?
I really miss the informality of all
Sí,
meetings.
Nico, estás muteado.
Okay. No, I was just saying that I'm recording now, and we are.
Okay.
Can we continue in English or we can switch to Spanish, given that all of us are Spanish speakers?
But Daniel Nering is.
No, Daniel Nering speaks Spanish better than I do, so it's not that
listo, entonces.
No tan bueno, pero sí.
The only one who doesn't speak Spanish is me.
Ok, bueno, pero vos entendés, no importa, se den cuenta.
Sí, comprendo.
Suena parecido. Después de todo, el portugués es como el español mal hablado, según me dijo alguien.
Mariano, sorry, and Daniel, no, I just say that if you are going to record this and this is going to be in the blog or whatever.
Oh, yeah, it should be in English.
You should leave it in English to
because
homogenize everything.
Okay. Well, then let's pretend that we speak English.
If we want more than 20 viewers, we will need to speak in English.
Okay, well, we can start now, and then if more people shows up, so much better. If not, so much worse.
I think Sebastian was joining later.
Sebastian is coming, yeah, definitely, and perhaps it's just a little bit late. In fact, he said that he has some questions he wanted to ask in the final session. So, and I guess that Rodrigo Toñol is also coming back. I know he said that he wanted to ask a question last time, and then he disappeared. No, I just want to say, just to start, that there are. I mean, even though all the presentations. Oh, here is Edgar. Estoy escuchando. Even though all the presentations were very different, in fact, and was a very interdisciplinary also meeting. There are like a couple of things. I mean, I just want to mention two. Probably there are many more that sort of go across, not all, but many of the presentations. One has to do with the something that I am particularly interested in, which is the how forms of knowledge are legitimated in other forms of knowledge. I think that's something we came out in Daniel's and Ashley's presentation for sure, but also in Ijane's presentation, this idea of taking some other form of knowledge to legitimate, and also yesterday in some of the presentations too. And that's interesting because it forces us somehow to question the place of science as a specific form of knowledge. That's one thing. The other thing had to do with not so much today, but yesterday, the issue of hybridization came up a lot in Carlos's presentation, in ours, of course, and in others. I think also somehow in Diana's presentation, and it's really a pity that she's not here because I had a couple of questions to ask her. That's another issue. Well, no, just these are two things that I just was thinking when I was having lunch, but perhaps you have other things to say. Well, here is Rodrigo, here is, so everybody's here. Oh, no, everybody know, but I'm Piroshka too, so well.
Well, to continue this, I think that the first of the two considerations that you just put forward, I think it's acquires particularly acute significance if we think about the two presentations about motherhood and discourses on motherhood and their broader implications, because much of what we heard in those two presentations, I could also say that I'm witnessing here in China in terms of its broader political implications in terms of how motherhood, women's role in society and so forth is being framed and reframed in ways that I would say go back on several decades of achievement. So of feminism, and use science to reiterate much more, let's say, traditional roles for women in society. So I think it's really important to think about how science, and in this case, medical and therapeutic and psychotherapeutic and so forth, knowledge is can be used to articulate particular powerful ideological frameworks in ways that in today's world I sometimes find rather worrying.
Well, what you say is very interesting, Daniel, because I remember here in Buenos Aires, but also elsewhere in Latin America too, in the 1960s, 70s, and 80s, until he died, I would say, there was a very famous psychoanalyst called Arnaldo Raskowski, whose son is now today a very famous psychoanalyst, and he came up with the theory of filicide. It was a kind of Oedipus reversed. It weren't the children who wanted to kill their parents, but it was the parents who wanted to kill their children. And Raskowski characterized filicide as any form of micro-abandonment, what she called micro-abandonment. Of course, punishment and discipline and all that needless to say, but also what he characterized as micro-abandonment. A micro-abandonment was any instance in which the mother, particularly because he focused on the role of the mother, he was a Kleinian after all, basically had any life besides taking care of the children. That's basically it. And it was presented as a very, very progressive idea at that time, because it had some of the connotation that what Jane and Jimena explained to us was also, recovering motherhood and recovering all that. But at the end of the day, the consequences, the practical consequences of that were absolutely reactionary, because it basically condemned women to be at home taking care of the children. And that was it. And he was not the only one. There was another very famous psychoanalyst who was also considered like a pioneer in new ways of at least ways of considering psychoanalysis in a non-phallocentric way, which was Mary Langer. And she became very politically active later. She was in Nicaragua and so on and so forth. And again, she had an idea of family, which in a very, very supposedly progressive language, she expresses a very, very traditional concept of family and womanhood. She said, well, before our grandmothers were scared to death when they saw a mouse in the house and so on, and now women can do all kinds of things, but at expense of their motherhood, because now they don't know how to breastfeed the children, which is what they should be doing instead of driving trucks, planes, so I wonder to what extent, if you take the propositions that these kind of practices that you were discovering to the latest consequences, you don't end up in this kind of traditional model of family in which women are supposed to take care of their children and someone else has to earn the bread, because otherwise they don't eat. Okay, so that's my concern, my question. One of them. The other one is that the question of guilt, which came out in your presentation both. In fact, I was over lunch talking to my partner Graciela, and she reminded us of a case that we were discussing a couple of months ago with a friend of us who is a psychologist, of a woman who committed suicide after having an experience with doulas because of the question of guilt. because she realized that she was not the mother that she should be, that she was. So I wonder again if that's part of the equation of Freud to that extent. Well, anyway, those are just two reflections on that. If
Just to add to what you are saying, because Janes and Jimena's papers left me with a lot of personal experiences. But
whoever is a father or a mother has some resonance.
Yeah, but I think many of us can open up and talk, for instance, about co-sleeping and how traumatic it was to leave a child to sleep by his own or her own. And I remember when my child was born in the US, many manuals about child rearing link the crybaby, the most heavy-handed methods in favor of babies sleeping alone, with progressiveness and women's rights. So why shall a woman abandon her independence,
sexuality,
her independence, sexual life, or autonomy for taking care of a child? Now, if you read Janes and Jimena's papers, now the women empowerment, if I understood them right, or women's rights have to do with going against, going in favor of co-sleeping. But I don't know, Mariano, if you see it like me, but I think psychoanalysis had a lot to do with endorsing or going against co-sleeping.
Absolutely.
And if I am not wrong, the crybaby method, which for me is fascism, can be traced back to a pediatrician called Dr. Spock, who was like the image of the progressive pediatrician. He was against the Vietnam War. He was, and the narrative underlying the crybaby was that we had to reinforce autonomy in the personality of the child so he can live or she can be citizens of a free society.
No, but
and so generations of parents tried very cruel methods, and psychoanalysts were also in favor of that.
But also the question of empowerment of women too, because the recovery of her sexual life and the healthy life, sexual life of the couple, which is essential for a healthy family. I mean, there are a lot of kind of arguments that were made, and yeah, well, that's so there are.
Sebastian, you disagree with this psychoanalyst being? Tell us.
I mean, I think. Sorry, Jane. I had to say that. I mean, for example, the Winnicottian kind of psychoanalysis, which endorses autonomy in another completely different way. I mean, so I mean, I cannot say that psychoanalysis endorse one kind of or one type of parenting method, but I can say that it depends on how you can address, for example, autonomy. Right? Autonomy in a liberal US environment could be different than in a British environment or in a Latin American environment. So I don't know. I think that the problem is to think that there is one psychoanalysis. As long as I can say there's one pediatric. I mean, I know you don't think that, but I'm just thinking about those practices that endorse, maybe in a subtle kind of way, some kind of performative childhood race methods. I don't know if I'm being clear, but I'm trying to. I'm sorry.
You are clearly talking from an intellectual, professional, theoretical perspective, but I am talking about real people, real psychoanalysts, which I know very closely, and they were hardliner against co-sleeping. But you are totally right that you can interpret in many ways.
Let's let Jane and Jari and Jimena do.
This I think if we think of this binary, these oppositions, reactionary, progressive, autonomy, heteronomy, I think we also should try not to think in those terms. For instance, I think Mariano is right. I think what we are witnessing today is a re-enchantment of motherhood, a re-enchantment of the child and of the family, and of mother, father, and the child, the beautiful child. I think that's what we're witnessing. And then you could say, well, that's reactionary, because the mother, the woman is going to have to stay at home, blah, blah, blah. At the same time, this is a very progressive political movement, because it is done in the name of the autonomy of the woman, that she is able to control her own body, she is able to control her reproductive life, and so on. So, so I don't think it's in itself reactionary or in itself progressive, but I think this binary, the way we sort of look at different movements in society, sometimes we have these two ways of looking at them. And what can we say? The women I know that are in favor of humanized childbirth and so on, they are not reactionary. Although I think personally, very personally, this is a confidence, I think they're wrong, because they are putting too much weight, too much importance in this upbringing and this motherhood and this mothering. I think this is my personal opinion, but they are not. I cannot say that their position is reactionary, or it's complicated. Like
No,
we say,
perhaps reactionary.
when we want to finish something.
No, but reactionary is not the word to use. What I'm saying is that you take certain, politically progressive, that's the word that you were using, movements to the last consequence, particularly in areas of motherhood and family. Then what you find out is that it has some resemblance to very traditional models of family. That's what I'm saying. That on one hand. The other thing that I sort of puzzles me from this movement is that the social question is, the social dimension is out of the question. I mean, it's not even considered. It is as if it were universal, or at least in the way you presented, perhaps, or the way I understood what you presented. But I haven't seen any concern. I mean, it's not the same thing. A woman who has all her needs fulfilled, and a woman who has to work 10 hours a day to earn a bread, who perhaps is a single mother, or there's a problem there, and it's not the same thing. A woman in Brazil than a woman in England, and a woman in Paris, whatever. So where is the social dimension introduced there?
Just these problems are addressed. If later on we can, perhaps me and Jimena, we can talk about it, but these problems are addressed. The difficulties of a single mother, of a mother that works, they're not left out of the. We didn't speak about them. You're right there.
I would like to say about the psychoanalysis role. In fact, this movement is against scientific motherhood, which is exactly the interference in motherhood experience from pediatricians, psychoanalysis, and all this erudite knowledge which is involved in motherhood experience. Because now, again, this movement is trying to put in first place women's desires, women's choices, women's own knowledge, women's autonomy. So when we try to think and connect with other ideas of the past, like Mariano was explaining, in fact, we don't have to forget that in the middle, we have all the fightings of feminism about experience of women. So we don't have to forget that we are talking about when motherhood is chosen, when motherhood is consciously wanted. So for these women, this sort of experience that is this movement trying to connect an idea of being at home, if you want to put a name, trying to explain this coming back to childhood, coming back to upbringing as the unique obligation or the unique pleasure. But in fact, it's trying to put in first place some experiences that are social negated because of the type of jobs that we have, and also interpelling men. It's not just about women, it's about changing the priority of work rights instead of family rights. What is more important? If you choose to have a family, the first issue is if you choose. So and the autonomy, the idea of autonomy from in children experiences, I think that the difference is that autonomy comes afterwards. It's very common to hear in this movement, in the experts and experiences of mothers, how they are forced to think on their children as they have to do something at a specific age. But in fact, what is trying to change as a belief is that in childhood you have to to deal with, for instance, going to school at a determined age, going to sleep by yourself. So that's problematic. Forcing children to do that could be problematic in their evolutionary stages. And then they talk about that in adulthood you can see the problems of forcing autonomy. So the idea of autonomy is quite different. That the idea that traditionally we used to have about autonomy and the self in children.
Good. Nico?
Well, thank you. But my comment is related exactly with that idea of autonomy that Jimena was just saying. And I will try to say something that I said before, but when I say that before, Gianni and Jimena, they answer in some way, but I will try to reformulate that maybe to push the conversation. Sooner when I said that one of the problems that I was trying to push was the problem of autonomy and the problem of hybridization. I was trying to say that, to ask, in fact, is what happens when with that configuration, that ideological configuration of autonomy of that particular kind of motherhood goes through another ontology or goes to another personhood ideology. That's the problem that I was trying to highlight. Because if you take into account some works, some academic publications in Brazil in the 80s, for instance, the work of Luis Fernando Diaz Duarte about how personhood is constructed in popular classes, or maybe new articles or new interpretations of the idea of the plural ontologies, for instance. No, that they're not the same, but I'm taking it into account as something that is asking or wondering about difference, about how other people construct their subjectivities in another way. That's where I want to ask you that what happens with that configuration that goes beyond that middle class autonomy configuration, because of course that, for instance, spirituality or psychology or even scientific arguments about the scientific data are part of the same configuration. As Shani said yesterday, is part of the same social fact. Of course, it's part of the same modern configuration. So when I'm talking about hybridization, I'm not talking about that, because that's not a hybridization. It's part of the same thing. You can go much for the idea of a spiritual autonomy or for a scientific autonomy or more like a psychoanalytic autonomy. And as Jimena just said, there are different versions of autonomy, but everything is part of that individual subjectivation associated with free choice. So what happens with that idea goes to another configuration where free choice is not so important. That's my problem. That you can see mixtures, you can see reconfigurations, you can see a clash, or I don't know. I was wondering about that maybe it's something that is not so researched, but I don't know. It's just a question that I always go on.
Jane, you wanted to?
Can I? Yes, because I think the idea of choice, especially of free choice, has to be totally problematized. Choice is never free, but anyway, choice. For instance, when we say motherhood is chosen, because it's not an obligation anymore, like my mother, when she had children, she was supposed to be a mother, and that's it. Women who didn't have children, they had a problem. We always looked at them and said, she must have a disease or something because she doesn't have children. It's a problem, physical problem. Then as time went by, feminism and so on, nowadays we say that for the middle-class woman, white middle-class woman, motherhood is a choice. Is it? Is it really? Because if we think of the construction of woman's subjectivity, is it really possible for a woman to say, I don't want to have this experience, this wonderful experience that all women talk so much about. It's so wonderful. All of them are so happy. Of course, some of them can say, I don't want to have children. But if you say you don't want to have children, you have to explain it. But if you say, I want to have a child, you never have to explain it. So is it really a choice? First of something. And this, what you said about autonomy and the idea of personhood and other personhood ideology, and you mentioned Luis Fernando's work. I'm convinced that this kind of upbringing, when you have to pay attention to the choices of the child, the choice to wean, how to say, to stop breastfeeding is the child's choice, not the mother's or anyone's choice. So what are you doing? You're producing, it's a construction of an individual, what Luis Fernando called an individual. And it's a kind of construction, subjective construction that produces someone who is an individual. And I'm not sure if that is possible. I'm still think, I don't know, I'm not familiar with new researchers that are being made nowadays, but I still think that what Luis Fernando wrote in the 80s is still valid to think about this.
Okay, no, Rodrigo then wanted to ask a question, but if you want to say something, Jimena, go ahead, please.
Yes, according to Nico said that it's part of the expert knowledge as well in this movement to try experiences from other cultures, especially, you know, Gianni, to lead off the concept of continuum, that it's an experience in other cultures where they look especially at how it's upbringing in these different, totally no Western cultures. Also, it's one of the most known people who did that is Margaret Mead. So there is a kind of seeing other ways of think of autonomy, especially not women autonomy, family autonomy, or relationships within family, especially with children, how you consider children that are export from, not export, but they are inspired in these other cultures to think of, to criticize how we Western culture think about autonomy and children. And it is true what Jenny said, in a way it's true, in a social way it's true that it's not a choice really, because it's not so easy to say it, to choose not to be a mother. But anyway, it's still valid to think how they, in a native point of view, women within this movement are thinking about their own experience. But because it's also not a choice to say that you can enjoy more your mother experience than your work, than you be with your friends. It's also not possible to say in an intellectual or middle class space. So the problem, in fact, is that women cannot say anything. if you think cannot choice. In fact, because a man, for men, it's more easy in a public realm.
Okay, Rodrigo.
Yeah, thank you. Well, thank you, Jenny and Jimena, for this fascinating paper. I think that this question of autonomy and this sort of ideal of nature touch in different ways our research and panel here. I'm interested on this topic because, first of all, I have a PhD candidate that are working on that. So I students that I work on that. But I also have another PhD candidate student that are working in palliative care. And she started 3 months ago a course of death doulas. Have you heard about that? Because I think that this is very interesting also to bring, I mean, to put in another levels in these discussions, and this process of medicalization, desmedicalization, and also how to this process of humanitarianization of the medicine. I mean, this is very interesting. I just would like to put it here and ask you if you have some comments, few comments about that.
I didn't hear here in Buenos Aires about doulas and palliative care, but it's quite easy to see the relationship, because doulas are specializing in accompanying different stages of life. So in fact, probably there exists, I have worked in palliative care not a couple, long years, much years ago, but and there was no that figure, but now probably it's very, I think it makes sense.
And that, and Rodrigo, if you think that we can make a parallel between the humanization of birth and the humanization of death, no? They are both movements that we call humanization, no? And it's very interesting because you have a doula at the beginning of life and the doula at the end of life. It's very interesting. I had heard about it, but I don't know anyone who is studying it. It's very interesting. Let's see if Raquel Isengart is interested in the subject.
And it's involves a critique of medicine role, technocratic medicine. So yes, I think there are historical works that compare both movements, but not with a specific figure of doula.
Well,
no, can I say something else?
Sure.
Okay, no, I was thinking about what Shani and Jimena just said about that, but I was thinking about the work of two PhD theses that are going on in Universidad San Martin now. And one is the work of Joanna Koenig, that she was working with some kind of women therapy groups in a small town not in the city of Buenos Aires, but in some kind of rural area. And in her thesis, what she's stressing is that complexity of that idea of autonomy or the post-autonomy or whatever that we are trying to define here. But there are some trajectories of women that come from a popular class, that come from a peasant context, when that kind of ideological structure of personhood is quite distant from her own experience. So she's trying to understand that clash, that kind of resignification. And in that sense, I think that what Shani says about the work of Luis Fernando in the 80s is very important to think about that, because it's to try to show how that configuration of a personhood ideology is not alone. It's all the time trying to convince, to resignificate, to clash with other things that are at the same time. So I think that to think about in a sense of well, the idea of plural ontology is just one idea, but the idea of plural ideologies, or if you want to use a more traditional language, it could be useful to think about that, because if not, we are trying to, we have different groups with that idea of personhood, and that's okay. But when you try to follow the people, sometimes people are following and they are mixing a little bit of that, a little bit of psychoanalysis in a more traditional way, maybe something else. But I think when Mariano said that was trying to introduce the problem of social class, I'm not so sure that popular classes live in a hierarchical ideology all the time, and middle classes live in an individual autonomy ideology. Of course, that is not like that. But that distinction sometimes is useful to think about the plurality of those things. I mean that as anthropologists, we can maybe relativize or think about difference, not assume that configuration as the only one, or maybe the more central for everyday experience for people. I think that it was very important what you said to help us to think about that configurations. When Mariano were discussing, and Peter, of course, about the idea of therapeutic networks, we are trying to do something like that. So it's very useful for us to talk about that with you. So thanks.
And Joanna,
sorry, go ahead.
No, and Joanna works shows exactly how that kind of women don't get interested in those invitations from a doula discourse or emotional discourse, because it's nothing to do with, but they are also interested in having rights and experiencing their labor processes. So in a way they cannot, they don't like, for saying, to talk about their emotions so strongly, but they also need and they use these discourses of rights. So you have the mix of discourses. It's possible to attract different cultural configurations.
Well, this is important because I think it's something that more or less came across of many of our papers, the idea of how a particular discourse or a particular practice is lived. I wouldn't say interpreted, I would say lived with different social groups and different people who hold different ontologies or different visions of the world, or however you want to call it. I prefer the word ontology in the sense that we are using it. And that's exactly the same problem I had yesterday with the paper of Xochitl. I mean, it's unfortunate she's not here, but she talks about porteños. And what is she talking about? I mean, what is the unit of analysis there? Because it's not the same a porteño living in the barrio of Recoleta in a shanty town, right? And it's not the same a man or a woman. Well, that's what I'm saying. That I think that is as important as detailed analysis of a particular practice or discourse is the capacity of being appropriate in different ways, different, according to different social or, if you want, vision of the world groups or however you want to conceptualize it.
Mm.
I don't know if you agree. Particularly, well, I was thinking also in Carlos's work, right?
No, just say something else that I was thinking about, that now, at least in Argentina, the public debate about abortion is like one of the main subjects. And for instance, I see that this kind of discussion is never in the table to discuss what different conceptions of personhood are in different social groups or whatever they are. In general, feminist groups, they assume that the autonomy conception of free choice or that thing it should be everywhere, and it should be everywhere, not only in public discourse, but also in everyday life. But we don't have, at least in Buenos Aires or Argentina in general, we don't have too much research about how people, women or men as well, they think about personhood and their relationship with child rearing or childbirth or conceptions. And in general, I have the impression that the studies we have there, they project the notions middle class militant activists have about the self or the person to the others. So it's a very complex subject, not only in terms of epistemology, but also in terms of policies. Well, it's another discussion, I know, but I think it could be very useful when you are researching to take it into other discussions, other debates.
Anyone wants to say anything else?
About the science, about another topic, no more about motherhood.
Okay.
No, that you mentioned before about
Top motherhood looks like sounds like a like a political cry. Stop motherhood. Be careful with that,
But about the science and how in every work appears a kind of role of with scientific accommodation to different topics and to the spiritual. It's a stupid what I'm saying, but just to mention that we all I remember the works yesterday, the psychology, positive psychology, the mindfulness, all the topics, motherhood in this sort of experience. Also, Mariano, Nico, and Piro, in their work, even if it doesn't appear in the presentation, is also having into account in the others experiences that you have work in the field work. Obviously, Mauro, totally, and Seba, like we are talking all the time to like another seminar, the dissemination of knowledge in the intersection with lay forms of knowledge and express knowledge. Nothing to say, but just to.
Jimena, you participated in a project like that, and you published a book which is called Saberes Desbordados.
Yes.
I remember you.
Another issue in common with Jenny, neuroscience. I'm following her.
I think Mariano has a point there.
Very
strong point there, because the argument here is how to, excuse me, my wife, by the way. The issue has to become how all these things, all these practices are appropriated, socially appropriated, across the different lines, class, ethnic groups, gender. And that is an entirely different issue, because then we tend to think about all these practices being very homogeneous, well contained, very well bounded or something like that, and it's not. People make with all these. I'm thinking about, of course, about my papers yesterday. People do these things, all kinds of things, and they come from different avenues of life, not necessarily white middle class or anything like that. It's very much more complex for that. I agree with the point, Mariano, very much.
I like to tell you as an example one of our interviewees, the case of one of them. I want to give you a name, whatever name you want to put him. Let's call him Joao because he's Brazilian, and if we were Argentina, would be Juan. We're dealing with people involved in Umbanda and other Afro religions, and in general, they have a particularly relational conception of the self and of the subjectivity. And yet we came across this person who is a PhD student in one of the most important Brazilian universities in Rio de Janeiro. And he told us that he was very much also involved, or he had been involved regularly in Umbanda. And the reason why he was ended up in a terreiro, at least in one instance, in one occasion, was that he was feeling very, very depressed, and he didn't have the money to go to a shrink, to a psychoanalyst. So he looked for an alternative to a psychoanalyst, and he found it in the terreiro, Umbanda terreiro. Obviously, he wasn't a Umbanda terreiro the same way in which other of our interviews were. Obviously, what he was looking for and the way he conceptualized Umbanda terreiro, where he also mentioned the fact that he had incorporated some entities and he had some conversation with Preto Bello, Marando, I remember, it was completely different. So we have the same practice, you have the same entities, you have the same rituals, and you have completely different interpretations, a completely different way of living or going through this experience. In one case, it's associated to, if you want, a relational and heteronomous conception of the self, in which the entity is sort of conform and are constitutive to the self. And in this other case, you have a guy who simply didn't have the money to go to a shrink, and then he ended up in a terreiro, and he was looking there exactly the same thing he would have been looking lying on a couch of an analyst. So this kind of cracks in the discourse in the practice is what we are interested in. I guess is part of we're looking at it. Yeah, yes, Janet.
Mariano, you say he didn't have the money for a shrink, so he went to a terreiro. But do you think we really can describe it like this? I have a PhD. I had a PhD student who was a filho de santo, was son of a saint, and he received an entity and so on. And
no, that's okay, so, Johnny. I've been repeating his words. These are his words.
That's what he said. Okay.
I wanted to go to, I mean, he had a long experience in psychoanalysis. Right. At some point, he wanted to go back to psychoanalysis. That's what he was saying. I don't know. And he said, I have the money, and then I went to a terreiro, which was a
I know, that's what he said. What the point I wanted to make is that he lives in a society that accepts this. I think there is a basis in that society that receiving a spirit or receiving entities is not completely out of sight. Something that we sort of we live. It's an experience everyone has had, not personally, but know somebody, the mother, the sister, the student. So he lives in a society where this is accepted. Otherwise, he would have looked for
absolutely. Here in Buenos Aires, a free clinic. Here in Buenos Aires, it would have been probably unacceptable, and he would have looked for help somewhere else. What I'm saying is that the same experience, the point I wanted to make is what he was looking for there, what he claimed that he was looking. I mean, of course, in Brazil, Umbanda is available, even for the middle class, for the white middle class, and it's something acceptable. And most of the people I know had at least one experience in a terreiro. All the Brazilians I know, perhaps we were an exception. But what I'm thinking is that you have the same practice which is associated to a particular conception of subjectivity, in which, and you have people there approaching that practice from a different world, if you want, which find different things and look for something else. Here would have been tarot or would have been astrology probably. In Brazil, it's easier Umbanda. Well, Brazil, astrology is also
tarot and astrology also.
But
in Brazil is everything.
Yeah, what matters is how a particular practice associated to a particular conception of the self can be approached with a different conception, completely different conception of the self, and thought in a different way and practiced in a different way. I mean, there's a lot of work. There's a lot of work being done on the use of ayahuasca and other, in Europe, for instance. What they look in Europe, and they import shamans from Brazil or from whatever, from Peru. But what they're looking there is for something completely different. I mean, they do the same ritual, except the human sacrifices in the case of Umbanda, but they do similar rituals. They take the same ayahuasca if they are in ayahuasca, they do the same Jurema if they are in Jurema, but they go for an internal trip, and whereas this is the thing, yeah, Janet.
What should perhaps we should think about, and then I invite Rodrigo, Tonio, also to discuss this, is it possible to think that Umbanda or this kind of religion, of practice, is more liable to different approaches regarding personhood, regarding subjectivity, than, for instance, psychoanalysis. Is it possible to say that psychoanalysis needs a certain kind of subjective construction, if we may say, and these other, like Umbanda, Umbanda is a very mixed religion, right? It's not like Umbanda or Jurema. The Adriana, the priestess, she was a Jurema healer, right? Are these practices more, do they accept more different forms of conceiving oneself? That's just a question I'd like.
Maybe it's just a practical issue. I mean, I don't know if it's the knowledge itself, but what it accounts for and the effects that produce in those who are willing to go to Umbanda or to the psychoanalysis or a therapy. I mean, whichever it was, maybe nowadays it's not just about how knowledge can think about ourselves, or which are the tools we have to think about ourselves, but the effects that those interventions have. That's more valuable than the whole ontology behind.
Just 2 points. And the first one, I think this is a great question and hard to enter on it. But if you think about the work of Thomas Chordas, he did a lot of effort to think about this mental care in different ontologies, and in that case, I think he was very comfortable to say that different ontologies produce different ways of mental support, mental care, and we can start framing it. And this, my second point here is we are comparing or put on the table Umbanda and psychoanalysis, but I would like to also put another options or that the people have here, for example, the neo-Pentecostalism here. So, and this is very important. This is a very important question because it reframes everything. Why Umbanda and not Pentecostalism? I mean, so it could put a lot of layers of complexity here.
No, and there's more than that, Rodrigo. There is also astrology, and there is also other forms of religion, charismatic religion. I just put Umbanda as psychoanalysis because just as an example of two seemingly extreme, practices. But obviously, all what you say is absolutely true. And each of these forms of conceptualizing the self, each of these practices are associated a different form of conceptualizing the self, although there are a lot of hybridities, because you may find someone who is, we did find, someone who goes to a neo-Pentecostal church and then also goes to Umbanda, something that seems incompatible, because for Pentecostals, Umbanda is the devil, at least here in Buenos Aires, and yet they use both, and then on top of that, they go to a healer when needed, and they go to a sorcerer when there is a particular problem. But something very similar can be solved in the church and not in the sorcerer. So this is what we call hybridization, not so much in terms of culture, but in terms of really ontologies, which are all mobilized together. Different ontologies were mobilized together. But you have someone who says, well, yeah, I never went to a psychologist, but in fact, I did go one time. But then, I found a piece of sorcery made against me, and then I went to the healer, and, but for this particular evil day, I go to church because in the church they tell me, and I go to a church to find my own self and I feel like better and more autonomous, but yet at the same time, I go there because other people pray for me, and I feel that the, weight is lifted for me. So you have all that together, that's what makes it, I guess, interesting, or at least interesting for us.
Yeah, just so to keep talking with Mariano and Jenny about that, it's very interesting because if I start to think about my own research project, this is somehow very connected with my doctors and my medical researchers are saying. I mean, religions help. So my job here, the medical said, is try to understand how religions help and how to offer this help, this kind of help for my patients. So it's very interesting how
Well,
the
except that your doctors seem, I mean, I don't know exactly, I would like to read more of your research, but seem to be anchored in one particular ontology. They say, well, I have to help people and I have to look for instruments for this help. And I think that spirituality is good for curing prostate cancer, you know, and they have even a rational argument about that. But these are people who are sort of in the middle of alternative ontologies, you know, and they don't see any contradiction in them. That they are, I mean, the objectivity is built in this mixture, if you want, you know, and that's what made them. I guess, and I guess that's something which is peculiar to Latin America, or at least this part of the world. I know, and that is why it's interesting, you know, finding these people who are very, you know, all over the place. It's not that I mean, Adriana, there are plenty of Adrianas, and there are plenty of these people that we discuss. Sort of challenges what most of the literature on what therapeutic and therapeutic subjectivity and culture is, including Eva Illouz, you know, Nicolas Rose, and everybody. So looking here, I mean, you find different, and I know, Carlos is very much involved in this kind of research too. I mean, I remember when you discussed your paper in Bogota. You remember many years ago was the first time we met, I guess. And,
Many years.
and yeah, we were young. You remember? I mean, I have a black beard, and you too.
Younger.
That time.
Just younger.
But I remember that you were tracing like therapeutic trajectories of people who were going through all the things without
Yes.
finding any kind of contradiction, any
Correct.
kind of tension in this, you know, going from one place to the other.
Yeah. For these people, they are not epistemological questions. It is much more a factor of what works in that particular situation without any contradiction. If this works for this, I'll do it. If this works for that, I'll do it. You know, it's in terms of efficacy much more than anything else. Sometimes, yeah.
Well,
may go to
which is interesting because efficacy is a very modern conception of pragmatics, let's say. So there are pragmatics, right?
There's a certain.
What works is good.
There's certain pragmatism there.
It's a pragmatism.
Yeah. But Jane doesn't agree. Jane doesn't agree.
I disagree. I don't think it's efficacy. I don't think it's for a practical purpose. I think that if you are subjectively constructed in a certain way, you won't accept it. It's not because it works or it doesn't work. It's because it has something to do with your history, with things that you believe, with things that people around you believe. Mariano, when you say different ontologies, I insist that we can nowadays speak of a very bad conception, Western ontology, that accepts very different forms and ways of conceiving personhood and motherhood and whatever. I'm thinking here, it's an author that I sort of keep repeating everywhere I go. I'm thinking here of Colin Campbell when he speaks about the changing of theodicy. I don't know how to say that. He's an English sociologist.
That's correct. It's correct.
The changing of theodicy in the middle of the 20th century, and that nowadays we live in a sort of Easternized theodicy. And I think that the so-called Western ontology is more Latin American than we can think of. You know, that's what I don't know if we're talking when we talk about hybridization. I don't think we are speaking of different ontologies that sort of live together. I think that we're talking about an ontology that accepts these differences in concepts of personhood and so on.
I agree part of what you say, and I disagree with another part. Yes, I agree with you that it's not a question of pragmatism. I was just joking. I think that it's more than that. And in fact, it's also a question of intelligibility. What we found is that the question is not so much to be cured, but the question is to make sense of what I have, which is exactly what psychoanalysis wanted to do, by the way. It's not very different from psychoanalysis.
And there's no contradiction.
Yeah, but
and there's no contradiction with what we are saying and Jane is saying, because there is no free choice, as she said before. Choices are subjected to all kinds of social determinants: your personal history, the surroundings, your family, your class. And there's also, yeah, making sense, but there is also a certain pragmatism in the solutions that you take. So there's no contradiction. I don't think there is not contradiction. That's why I said before, we need to start with the social appropriation of all these practices and rituals in the concrete, because we think of them as being much more monolithic, and they are not as monolithic in terms of how people make use of that or appropriate that, relate that to their trajectories, life, vital trajectories, you know, which is it's a very sticky part of our research, which is very interesting, by the way. But I still have to do it. I am not going to use the plural, just the singular.
Nico, you want to say something?
That's it. Thank you.
No, I agree with that, with Gianni in relation with it's not a practical, it's not a utilitarian actor who is, well, I agree with her, but I also would say that maybe it's something that we have to go on to discuss, to go on discussing. But I mean, ontology, it does not mean that that's something that is not modern, that, you know, in the ethnological sense of the word ontology. I think if you understand me well, I'm trying to use ontology more in the sense that, for instance, Anne-Marie Moll, that she understands like a concept of medical, a definition in a medical context that has different appropriations in different settings, ontological settings, more like in a discontinuity, that ontological discontinuity that is not. It does not mean that it's not Western ontology, or maybe because sometimes it could be not very clear, that idea. But when I'm trying when I'm using the word ontology, I'm much trying to make sense in that sense, in the sense of Anne-Marie Moll or that kind of thing. For instance, in the work of Rodrigo, when he's talking about spirituality in different ontological regimes, to think about plurality or ontological pluralism. Much more in the sense of this kind of thing, not in the sense that different ontologies another thing in, I don't know, in Africa, Amazonia, or that kind of thing. That's another discussion.
Yeah, no, basically what we are talking, I guess, is about different conception of different ways of conceptualizing subjectivity. That's what we are talking about. And the idea that many of these people, I mean, and we made a distinction there in our work. So stay tuned; it's coming out anytime. No, it's going to take a long time. But between what we call hybridizers and translators, if you want, which it has to do with full categories, not because they consider themselves translators or hybridizers, but because there are some of our interviewees, some of the people we work with, you know, see themselves in terms of closer to what Janet says. Well, you know, I am a psychologist, but I have to go out and reach the people and understand the categories if I really want to treat them, because the case of a psychologist in particular who works in a shanty town in Buenos Aires, and she said, well, you know, all I learned at the School of Psychology, Lacanian psychoanalysis, doesn't help me. You know, I have to start all over again, and I have to go out and reach out for the patients and try to understand what their needs are. But she's still anchored in one particular ontology. She's still a psychologist. She's conscious that she's trying to interpret what the needs of these people are. But there are others like Adriana who really mix up and combine things in different ways that from the outside, from the you know, let's say if I were someone from Mars and I came to Earth, I say, well, but this is totally incompatible. You cannot do psychoanalysis and summon the gypsy at the same time, you know, one or the other, because one has to do with one particular form of thinking of subjectivity that has to do with a completely different form of thinking about subjectivity. And yet, she's producing new knowledge and new practices out of this, you know, if you want, living in different ontologies without conceptualizing as different ontologies. That's a thing. For me, it's different ontologies. I'm not sure if she thinks it's a different ontologies. That's a question. But I don't know. I'm not sure. Perhaps I'm just.
But she has her childhood, her experience in childhood.
Yeah, of course. Like many Brazilians who had to do with the Kardashian and the Human and so on and so forth. But then the question is what you do with that. We had other, for instance, we had a psychoanalyst, a Lacanian psychoanalyst, who had a wonderful consulting room across the street from Ipanema's beach. And he had been involved, very, very deeply involved in Candomblé, for instance. But then at one time, he crossed the border and said, well, I decided now to go to Lacanian psychoanalysis. He still appreciates what he did in Candomblé. He thinks that there are a lot of valuable things. He, in fact, tries to combine somehow both ways of looking at the world. But yet now he's anchored as in a psychoanalysis. So, well, I am a psychoanalyst. I can think about everything else in terms of my psychoanalytic knowledge, which is not the case of Adriana. In fact, Adriana ended up saying that she now understands better her role as a psychologist, and she understands better why she chose psychology instead of something else, because she has all this contact with these other things, you know. And like Adriana, there are plenty. I mean, I just put out Adriana because she's the most extreme, if you want, but there are many of them that we have interviewed. And also in Buenos Aires, although in a completely different form of combining things, let's say, because here, the Afro religions don't have legitimacy. So even those people who practice them, they won't tell you they practice. You know, you have to sort of try to. And there are a lot of people for who perhaps didn't practice and that don't practice Afro religions, don't go to a psychologist, don't do this, don't do that, and yet all those things are part of their Weltanschauung, you know. So that's as another interesting thing. And for that helped us a lot the quantitative evidence. You know, in Buenos Aires, the city of Buenos Aires, the city that Xochitl showed us is the most psychoanalyzed city in the world. You know, which is the percentage of people that we asked, and there were like 800 people, what would they do in case of, you know, sort of something like psychic distress or mental distress or spiritual distress? Well, only 13% said they would go to a psychologist or a psychoanalyst, whereas 40% they would say that they would approach God. That's in Buenos Aires. And there was an 11% that said they would never go to a psychologist or a psychoanalyst under any circumstance. I'm sure that all of them went to a psychoanalyst or a psychologist, or they know, you know, their children or their parents or their sisters or their brothers. So the fact that they reject the practice doesn't mean that they don't, that their practice is not part of their network, you know. But there's a different way of conceptualizing it. That's what I'm saying.
Can we speak Spanish?
Yeah, mejor. Ya, che, deja de grabar, Nico, y hablemos.
Yo voy a empezar, yo.
Sí.
Quería decir algo, ya que pasamos al castellano. Todos estos debates, bueno, por un lado, empezar contando una experiencia muy cercana. El año pasado murió justo un estudiante de mi esposa que estaba haciendo el doctorado y, bueno, fue obviamente algo terrible. Y poco después nos enteramos que la novia de él, que estaba muy deprimida, para procesar la pérdida, una de las cosas que hizo fue ir a un chamán. De hecho, fue a Perú especialmente, pero a un chamán, como un poquito para decir, bueno, por ahí si miramos ciertas prácticas viniendo de Brasil, en la Argentina no parecen tan expandidas, pero por ahí hay otras cosas que sí están expandidas. Y un poco como para agregar a esta idea de, bueno, ya la gente antes iba directamente al psicólogo o al psicoanalista, ahora ahí ves gente joven incluso, ¿no? O sea que me parece que estas cosas están cambiando en cierta dirección de acuerdo a las edades. Pero el otro tema yo que quería también traer a colación, creo que un poco ustedes lo están incluyendo, pero querría dirigirlo más directamente, con todo este énfasis que ponemos en esta multiplicidad de ontologías o esta hibridación o esta idea de que alguien ahora tiene una amplitud de opciones. ¿de qué manera no se introduce también en el análisis cómo juegan las desigualdades desigualdades sociales e incluso como todavía hay un orden jerárquico? Un caso extremo, una pareja quiso tener a su hijo de una manera totalmente natural y regular, salió mal, el niño murió y ahora tiene un problema legal. O sea, no sé a qué nos referimos cuando hablamos de una hibridación o de cambios ontológicos, pero hay jerarquías. Si un chico tiene un problema en la escuela, no se integra, no le va bien, no mandan a la dirección de escuelas, no prescribe un banda o algo que viene de la cultura popular, sino que viene de algo que podemos nosotros decir, también tiene su raigambre cultural específica, pero está sancionado legalmente. Entonces, punto uno, querría decir que cualquier análisis que hagamos de la diversificación de estas opciones, creo que no puede dejar de pasar que hay jerarquías, por un lado, todavía, y en todo caso, de qué manera conviven estas diversificaciones con la jerarquía. Y después la pregunta, ¿la persona que va al psicoanalista puede elegir también probar con un umbanda? Mi pregunta es si gente que antes iba a umbanda tiene las opciones o los recursos como para ir a otra opción. Y entonces, si no, tendríamos que pensar entonces cómo se reconfiguran desigualdades en función de la capacidad para acceder a múltiples opciones. Entonces, habría sectores privilegiados que pueden elegir dentro de más opciones frente a sectores, llamémoslo, subalternos o los privilegiados o en una situación de desigualdad que tienen entonces sus opciones más reducidas. Creo que estamos todos de acuerdo en esto, pero bueno, quería introducir eso en el sentido de que desigualdades y jerarquías también juegan todavía hoy.
No, no solamente juegan, sino que además son procesadas y explicitadas por los propios actores, digamos, ¿no? Es decir, uno de los motivos por los cuales, y eso lo encontramos nosotros, pero está recontra estudiado, por lo cual mucha gente perteneciente a los sectores populares busca alternativas terapéuticas, es porque no se banca el médico con el guardapolvo blanco que le está diciendo lo que tiene que hacer, digamos, ¿no? Y que se sienten excluidos de un sistema del cual sienten que el médico no los comprende y que el médico además no comprende lo que les pasa a ellos. Eso está clarísimo, digamos. El tema es que eso está explicitado muchas veces, es decir, ni siquiera ni siquiera hay que interpretarlo, te lo dicen, ¿no? Ayuda al médico, pero los médicos son todos una porquería porque no me entienden lo que yo tengo es otra cosa, digamos, muchas veces. Y respecto a las elecciones, sí, obviamente, vivimos en una sociedad donde hay ciertas prácticas que son legitimadas, otras que no. Las que son legítimas en Brasil no necesariamente lo son en Argentina. Ahora, sin embargo, la opción sigue existiendo, en el sentido de que encontramos mucha gente, varios de nuestros sujetos o nuestros personajes con los que trabajamos, pertenecientes a los sectores populares, para los cuales psicología, psicoanálisis no lo conceptualizan así, pero es obvio que están hablando de eso, es parte de su universo de posibilidades. Yo no fui jamás un psicoanalista, pero a mi hija cuando tuvo un problema en la escuela me dijeron que había un psicólogo, entonces fui a la salita de la vuelta donde hay una psicóloga que trabaja, y entonces ella me ayudó muchísimo a entender cosas. Bueno, entonces ya entendés que para esa persona ir al psicólogo es una forma de entender cosas. No la única, es una de las formas de entender cosas. ¿No? Porque te está diciendo, mi hija la mandé para que entienda cosas, y entendió cosas. Pero cuando yo tengo que entender cosas, no voy al psicólogo, porque yo no creo en esas cosas. Yo voy a la bruja de la vuelta que me tira las cartas y me dice no sé qué. O sea, por eso te digo que hay que hay muchas más elecciones de las que uno supone, y otro que sí, que las jerarquías y estos problemas jerárquicos que existen y que están cruzados de vuelta por clase social, por nivel educativo, por supuesto por género, por un montón de otras cosas, muchas veces están conceptualizadas a nivel nativo, si los propios nativos te están diciendo esas cosas que uno cree que descubriría y que hizo un gran descubrimiento, te lo dicen ellos. ¿No? Te dicen, mira, yo no puedo ir ahí, pero voy a ir a este otro lado. O incluso el caso ese del estudiante que te conté en Brasil, también es una situación de ese tipo. Es decir, el caso de él hubo una opción, te dice, bueno, yo quiero un psicoanalista, no me alcanza la guita, bueno, voy al terreno, digamos. ¿No? Y así que sí, yo creo que son dos variables fundamentales, y por eso en parte mi pregunta a Yane y a Jimena iban en ese sentido también, es decir, hasta qué punto está pensado estas diferencias y estas jerarquías y estas prácticas. Pero sí, damos la respuesta que tratamos de incorporarlo y creo que lo estamos haciendo.
Perdón,
No sé si...
¿puedo agregar algo a lo que decís, Mariano?
Tenés el deber de agregarlo.
Qué bueno hablar en castellano, amablemente.
Sí.
A lo que dice Mauro, como...
Yankees go home.
Estamos en vivo, les quiero decir.
No, son malos.
Bueno, paro el stop live stream